a fraction under 70, has been dismissed for 4 by a 23-year-old from Lancashire, Jack Blatherwick.
Yeah, what a fantastic start this is for him. He'll be on cloud 9 with this start, and New Zealand look like they're a little bit on the ropes here. They've bowled well, they've taken 2 wickets, it's been tough going, not too many runs off the bat, and deserved wicket there. He just started his spell really well. I'm not sure whether that also kept a little bit low. It looked like live watching it might just kept a bit low on him, which we've seen a few deliveries do that, but what a start for him. Really, really great start.
Conway that was one of the slower walks I have seen to the pavilion. He didn't rush back after that, perhaps understandably, but we have coming now to the wicket, we have Daryl Mitchell joining Young, and we will be joined by George's first stint this morning, George Harper. Welcome, George. I'll just let him get his headphones and things. Thanks very much to Kath Dalton. Morning, George.
Good morning. Great to be here in the lovely county ground.
It's a nice little ground. There are bigger and grander ones, but it's a proper cricket ground here. What have you made of New Zealand's start?
Yeah, well, my first taste of county cricket. Lovely atmosphere, and obviously New Zealand losing 2 early wickets, so they're under the pump a little bit here. Some really nice bowling in the last 15-20 minutes has helped this side to get on top.
I agree, as Blatherwick comes in, and that though is flicked away beautifully. I think there is someone out in the deep who has managed to do the fielding, but certainly that will give Daryl Mitchell a nice bit of confidence when you can just flick the ball away like that for your first run.
Yes, this county 11 will be very pleased to dismiss Latham and Conway, massive anchors for our New Zealand side. So a couple of big wickets, the 2 left-handers. So they'll be very happy, and the slips are obliging, and they're a lot more chirpy.
Yes, they can get a little bit down a long day in the field, but at the moment certainly the energy levels are up, and that is nicely driven, but not quite timed, out into the covers. They run very well indeed to get back for 2, so Young will move to double figures. It's taken him a little while, but you need someone to stay there, and that's the Young's role this morning so far, and the score moves up to 27 for 2. Are you like Australia? Are you 2 for 27, or are you 27 for 2?
I'm as it reads. As it reads.
That's such a New Zealand attitude.
Yeah, no, it's 27 for 2. That's good for me.
And we have another change of bowling. And Lyndon James will now be coming into the attack. Who I wonder if he's from Nottinghamshire, 23. Bit of an all-rounder as well. Bats medium fast. Best bowling figures of 4 for 51, average 34. So, but certainly a guy who can bat and bowl, decent figures in both. And he'll be getting good training at Nottinghamshire with Peter Moore. And a slowish Yorker first up. Is actually nicely delivered in the end, but comfortably played out into the covers, no run.
Big Daryl Mitchell to the crease now, batting at 4. He'll love the responsibility. Mitchell loves rising to any occasion, such a competitor on and off the field, so he'll be loving this opportunity ahead of Lords.
In again, nice action from Lyndon James. As this is this is an important game for New Zealand, isn't it? This is the last chance to impress, the last chance to spend some time at the wicket before the business end of the tour.
That's right, and as you mentioned before, you were trying to predict who was favourites, and looking at the odds, England are slight favourites at the bookies, which is interesting. But yeah, naturally.
Well, I don't think. Yeah, both Kath and I were not quite sure whether the bookies were quite right, but there you go.
Yeah, and naturally this is massive. A test at Lords gets any cricketer pretty excited, and especially the New Zealanders. They've travelled a long way with their families and friends, and yeah, next week is going to be very exciting for everyone involved. And Devon Conway, I was about to say before he went out, he'll be the most excited. We all know how he went on his debut at Lords.
Oh, that's right. Goodness. In again. Oh, and I have to say that since he's come to the wicket, he's looked absolutely imperious at the moment. Mitchell, he's looked very comfortable. That admittedly was on or around leg stump, but it was played away comfortably. He's looking to attack, looking to get on the front foot, and looking to sort of grab the initiative back from the word go.
Yeah, he's an aggressive type of cricketer. He's played really well in white ball of recent years, and he's the type of player that takes every opportunity he gets. One Test 100 to his name, and it was a good one back in Christchurch.
In again, leaves that one outside off stump. Yeah, 102, wasn't it, he made? Not out. Yeah, decent average. Just over 40 in his 9 tests. A couple of 350s as well.
Yeah, it's an exciting time for New Zealand cricket. Obviously, the World Test Championship was a massive moment for everyone in New Zealand, and to have all of our top order batsmen averaging over 40, that's quite rare as well. So,
well, yeah, it certainly is if you're English. So apart from Joe Root, I don't think anybody's close. But you're absolutely right, and that is a decent way to finish that particular over. But when you look at New Zealand cricket at the moment, finalists in the T20 and in the 50 over, and desperately unlucky in both, probably.
We won't go there.
No, we'll leave that one. It's all right. We know how lucky we were, and it's to be the World Test Championships with one of the smaller playing groups of any Test playing nation. It is extraordinary how punching above the weight is going on at the moment.
Yeah, I think everyone back at home is extremely proud of this group, and to have had the chance to follow it through a lot of my fandom career has been amazing. And yeah, this group just keeps going as Young pumps one straight down the ground. Glorious drive.
And a bit of a misfield. It will go for 4. Blatherwick, after his wicket in his first over, is now being reacquainted with reality in his second, and that was a lovely drive for 4, lovely straight drive. And yeah, Mitchell seems to have freed Young up a little bit now, who, after doing exactly what he needed to do, head down, see off the first 2, can now play a few shots.
Yeah, when Young's batting well, he really gets that front foot down the wicket. He can sometimes get trapped on the crease, but today he's been assertive with that front foot.
In again, immediately looking for that front foot. The ball is a bit shorter though this time. It goes through to the wicket-keeper, no run.
But as we were saying, what a golden patch it's been for the New Zealand cricket team. This whole group's been together for so long, and it all started with your now coach Brendan McCullum rallying everyone together, and it really has been an amazing decade, and they keep impressing. Sometimes it even surprises me how they keep doing it and they keep fighting. So yeah, really proud of this group, and hopefully they can keep it going for a few more years to come. In again, Blather, and that is left and goes through to the keeper. Nice bounce, nice shape. But that is the thing, isn't it? Whenever you get this generation, and we've seen it in the West Indies, seen it in Australia, it's managing to make sure that you keep bringing fresh blood through as well, because a lot of the team are around the 30 mark, which is fine. They'll be good for another 2 or 3 years, but suddenly, unless you've got people coming through, you can start creaking all at the same time. Yeah, exactly right, and that's why the addition of Youngie here, who's waited in the bleachers for his chance, and he's making the most of it. Certainly is, and gets on top of a decent delivery from Blatherwick, which goes to backward point gully position,
but he's on top of it and plays it nicely down.
Will Young yet to get a Test match 100. Recently scored 2 fantastic ODI hundreds against the Netherlands, but he'll be hoping that this series against the English will be his maiden Test century, and wouldn't it be an amazing place to do it next week?
Yeah, nice, isn't it? Get yourself on the honours board as well as getting your first ton. Yeah, high score of 89 so far, so he's come close. And he's looking more and more comfortable as Blatherwick gets good bounce, but right up on the top of his toes, and plays it very nicely into the covers. There is no run, but looking increasingly comfortable at the crease this morning. Young, after what was a very difficult first 3/4 of an hour or so. Porter and Gibbon bowled well.
Yeah, they did. They got what they could out of this deck, and the ball was a little bit spicy. I thought Tom Latham, I've got my Tom Latham test top on underneath here. I was excited to get it out, but sadly didn't get the chance because he was delivered a tremendous ball to get snicked off to first slip. So they've bowled well.
They have, and that one comfortably carries through to the keeper. Again, bending his back, getting decent pace up now. Been the quickest of the bowlers this morning, Blatherwick, up around the 85 miles an hour mark. And just good that there can be a bit of a change of pace, just a little bit of extra bounce just to keep the batsman interested. If everybody's, and in fact, yes, he's been bowling up and around that 85 now, looking on screen. They've got that last over up, and he kept the pace up throughout. The other bowlers have been around the 79-80 mark, so just bowling at the speed where people begin to notice a difference between a mile or two an hour. And that's decent delivery from the young Lancastrian.
A nice little crowd gathered here today.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, I just called Paul Lyndon James a Lancastrian. He calls from Nottinghamshire. The chance to see the world's #1 Test team appealed to the good people of Essex, and they've turned up in good number this morning.
Oh, I love it. I love it every time you say that.
Well, enjoy it. We had it. We held the title briefly, and made sure we mentioned it as often as humanly possible. So make sure you keep going. Hope they've even made a feature film about it now. Period when Strauss and Cook and everybody, when we went to Australia, and 3-1 Ashes series victory, and around that time we were the world #1 Test team, and New Zealand, quite rightly, have grabbed that throne currently. Nicely bowled by James again.
I guess by currently as the World Test Championship winners, does that mean we hold on to that ranking for 2 years automatically? Because I think statistically I don't think we are at the top anymore, but as you hold that beautiful trophy, I think we can run with that for the next week.
Absolutely, yeah. In other sports, if you've won the World Cup, you're the World Cup winners for 4 years.
Soft hands, well played,
wasn't it? Lovely shot. Waited for the ball and just played it beautifully. Almost as if for a minute you thought he was leaving the ball, but actually he played a really nice shot. And they go through for a couple, and the score moves on to 33 for 2. Thank you. Oh, important, the food vouchers have arrived. I hadn't started thinking about lunch yet, but I will now. James in again, and that is played beautifully. That's probably the shot of the day. So much time to flick it off down to mid-on. Good fielding, I think, in the end has kept it down to 3. Brilliant bit of fielding, because it looked for all the world as if it had to go for 4. It was an absolutely terrific bit of fielding to ensure it is just the 3. But it is 3 more.
been given down there. The loads on the legs have already been enough, so keep them going, son.
Just beginning signs that the scoreboard ticking over slightly more briskly now as the score moves on to 38. And he gets a good bounce, Young. Perhaps surprising the batsman a little with that extra zip.
Well played, well left.
It's a good exaggerated leave, isn't it, as well? I like a good leave, and that's that one that takes it back round behind the body.
The score 38 for 2, and at most cricket grounds around the world you get the opportunity to sometimes have an extra scorer, and I see just out in front of us in row 4 we've got our very own fan doing his own book, which is just great to see.
Yeah. We will be checking in later if we lose TV pictures again. We'll know where to head. Spot George, as that really does climb from Blatherwick and is taken shoulder height by the keeper behind the stumps. Lovely delivery.
You can see Daryl Mitchell, even with leaving the ball, every movement he makes is so precise, so strong, so confident, which sometimes can get him in trouble with the hard hands, but a lot of times so far when he's been wearing that silver fern, it's come out well as he looks to dominate.
Certainly these two have looked as comfortable as anybody so far, and Mitchell again, full face of the bat, treated with respect that delivery, but it's still the sound of the ball coming out of the middle which greets the bowler as he picks it up on his return.
Yeah, he's had a recent move in domestic sides, went from Northern Districts, which was scattered with New Zealand cricketers, to a slightly less but still scattered Canterbury team. So he's joined Latham, Matt Henry,
and where
Henry
do you
Nichols.
come from, George?
I am from the South Canterbury region. So nice to have him in the deep south.
Absolutely. And that is, again, comfortably played out into the leg side.
But yeah, that opportunity has created an elevation in the batting order, more responsibility, and he's really risen to that occasion back home on the domestic scene. So certainly earned the right to be out here today and away on tour once again with the Black Caps.
They must be doing something right in the domestic scene in New Zealand, which I'd like to have a chat about at some stage, George. We'll continue to watch as Blatherwick comes up again. Wicket in his first over, but that largely brought Daryl Mitchell to the crease, who's looked incredibly comfortable since arriving. Everything has pretty much come off the middle since he walked out. Young doing his bit too. Keeping things together as a couple of wickets fell at the other end early on. In again, Blatherwick. Not quite as controlled, that delivery. Very easy leave. Keeper has to move a little bit to his right to pick that nearer or around ball heading towards first slip. So what are New Zealand getting right in their domestic game at the moment, George? Where is this success coming from?
That's a great question. I think what's been really good of recent, and especially I guess since COVID hit, is we've had a lot more Black Caps playing in the domestic comp, so the standard's been lifted all across the board.
Blatherwick in again. Nice drive, slightly checked, which means mid-on can field, no run.
But yeah, it's amazing to see it. It is producing some good cricketers, because with only 6 domestic sides, I've always found it interesting how we can be so good on the world stage. As you mentioned, we punch above the weight, but the way I sometimes look at it, and it confuses me, is we've got 6 domestic teams, which means we've got, you know, a top 5 in each of those teams, which means there's only 20 cricketers, 20 batsmen that we're choosing from to represent us on the world stage, and they seem to do it and impress as well. So I think because everyone's so close, there's not many to choose from. The rivalries are so tight that you have to compete with that level of cricketers often and every week.
There must, though, the thing with just 6 teams, they must play each other a lot. So you must get used to bowlers, batsmen. So I'm not sure where I'm going with that thought. But
no, you're right, though. You're right. They everyone knows everyone pretty well in New Zealand, whether you play cricket or not. it's a very small place. So yeah, they definitely get to compete against each other very often and in all formats of the game. But yeah, I guess the opportunities still keep coming from that Premier cricket level. A lot of these players went straight from school and Prem's cricket into the first class scene. So
wow.
Yeah, it is amazing to see the depth, and hopefully there's a big window or a big bracket of cricketers to come in the next 5 or 10.
We'll be looking out with interest as James is in again, and that's a nice delivery. That jagged back nicely. A little bit of movement there, and perhaps first signs of a bit of swing.
You mentioned earlier about the age of this New Zealand cricket team as well, and I think that's probably what's helped them get to greater heights, is that they've all matured as cricketers. They're around that 30 mark as he strides in.
Just down the leg side this time.
So they're around that 30 mark. The likes of your Henry Nicholls, Tom Lathams, all these boys who have been in there since a young age, they're now feeling very confident. They've played a lot of Test cricket, and I think that comes with it. Comes with the success, is that time at the crease and that time in the environment, and that they're leaders now.
So that was the thing that surprised me, because Trent Boult, for instance, who seems to have been playing for about 30 years, he's only 32. So he's been playing since he was very young in that team. As James is in again, played out into the leg side. Fielder zips in, but there is no run. And scoring rate's just dried up a little at the moment. We had a maiden in the last over and no runs so far from this.
Yeah, you mentioned Bolty. It's hard to remember cricket without Boult and Southey in the lineup.
I know, but they are still only 32 and 33, whereas Anderson and Broad 39 and 35. They've still got a few years left. It's particularly Trent Boult, you feel. Oh, that's a really good delivery. Big shout for LBW. I think he was just outside the line of off stump, but really decent delivery.
Yeah, a couple of noises. I think front pad, back pad, bang, bang. Luckily no inside edge.
No, it's nicely bowled though. Very nicely bowled as we watch the replay. Just got the ball to carry on with the arm, heading towards middle and off, but as again, looking at that again, he was hit outside the line of off stump.
Warming into his overs here nicely is Lyndon James, standing tall.
He is again, like all the young bowlers, improved as his spell has gone on. Jamie Porter, who's much more experienced, obviously hit his straps almost straight away, and this is his home ground, you'd expect it. But that is the end of the over, 38 for 2. Young has... Well, he's waited for balls that he could actually play, and has taken 50 overs to get to his 15, but 15 he has reached. And it's not easy to score out here at the morning, but I guess if you're in your final practice match, you don't want it to be easy, you want it to be tough, because we were just about to talk about this earlier, but it got into the tradition of playing very weakened county sides for the international teams, so they weren't given too much experience, and there's a big swing and a miss, and that is the first time, really, first loose looking shot we have seen so far, and well bowled from Blatherwick.
Yeah, leading into a big series, sometimes it's just time in the middle. Doesn't matter if you're getting runs or not, it's just about getting used to the conditions, feeling what it's like to be in a battle, and we certainly will be in one against England for 3 fantastic tests.
Oh, another absolute peach. The last ball swung, that bounced. And at the moment, this is an absolutely terrific spell.
He's just kissed that one off the surface, taking it away from the outside edge of Daryl Mitchell, really hitting that hard length.
And Jack Blatherwick started well. It did look as if the New Zealand batsmen were getting on top of him a bit, but this has been an absolutely beautifully bowled over. Absolutely squared him up. Ball moved away beautifully. Terrific delivery. In again. This is better played out into the covers by Mitchell, but not altogether convincingly. And bowler has really begun to attack in this over. Lovely bowling.
Yeah, an interesting little period. Lure, they call Daryl Mitchell. He won't want to be held down for too long, but just needs to leave a couple. Just needs to take his time here, see out the over and reset.
Yeah, because there are times when you're going to be facing and the bowler just suddenly hits his straps, which is what we're seeing with Blatherwick at the moment.
He's not listening to us.
Blatherwick is just the first genuine bouncer we've seen so far in this match, and immediately Mitchell looked to take him on.
He's put two fielders on that trap as well, so he's hoping he's going to take it on. A deep square and fine leg still there, so he will not mind seeing Mitchell free the arms one bit.
Good battle this at the moment, enjoying this. And Blatherwick certainly showing a bit that he's got a bit about him. He's certainly got a bit of extra pace compared to the rest of the attack, but it's mixing it up. We've seen him swing it, we've seen him bounce. And a bit of respect from Mitchell from that delivery. Again, it was quick, carried through to the keeper. But Mitchell, discretion, the better part of valour, and he leaves that one well alone.
That's what we love about Test cricket, isn't it, Guy? All these little battles within a battle. And you can already sense these two are locking horns and enjoying the challenge.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Well, it's such a great opportunity for the emerging counties 11 as well to be playing against New Zealand and staking a claim, showing what they can do to a much wider audience than possibly just round the county ground. So absolutely superb over that one. He really did bowl well. Blatherwick deserved his maiden on that occasion, and well played in the end by Mitchell. The last couple of deliveries were excellent. Just running through the match summary as it stands at the moment. First wicket going when the score was 8. No, it's Blatherwick's with 1 for 8 so far from his 4 overs. I'm sorry, completely misread that, and has earned those figures. I was impressed with Gibbon as well, 1 for 12 from his 6. And Jamie Porter, who hates conceding runs. And 15, it's taken 50 deliveries to get to 15, showing how well so far this emerging county side have bowled, but also you have to give great credit to Young for the way that, while a couple of wickets fell around him, he has made sure that at least one end is being kept up, and he continues to frustrate this England attack. And it is James who is continuing.
Young dancing down the wicket, trying to change things up.
Yeah, interesting, isn't he? Just to sort of break the spell almost at the moment, because we've had 3 successive maidens.
As we look around the ground, a local hero back here, Neil Wagner, has played some cricket here in the past. He's a fan favourite up in the stands, trying to talk everyone through how he holds the seam position.
You've obviously heard that story.
I don't think any of our listeners have, so please indulge.
I hung George out to dry then. I thought he had heard Neil Wagner talk about the seam position. It was something that he did regularly. Obviously it isn't. He's just showing someone up in the balcony what he's going to do later when he gets a chance to show the speed that Wagner can produce on this Chelmsford wicket.
Shot.
And that is a terrific shot. He'd been looking to play that. It's gone all the way for 4. He's been looking to just step down the wicket a little bit. He does come down the wicket and swings that in the arc over mid-on for 4. And super timing from Young. And now looking to just grab the initiative back a bit after a good spell from the 2 bowlers.
Yeah, Youngie, once he gets going, he's a delightful batsman to watch. His timing is always so nice, and as we look here, he's just waited on it and flicked it beautifully over the mid-wicket region.
He moves on to 19, the score to 42 now. Good response though from the bowler, who cramps the batsman up, James, there, after being clipped sumptuously for 4, to then come back with that delivery. Shows there is something about the Nottinghamshire man.
Just the 2 slips now, taking one out into short mid.
Yeah, no gully or point, just the 2 slips. Another good delivery though, and good response after that clipped 4 from the bowler, and there is just that one scoring shot from the over, and the score 42 for 2.
Some great movement there off the deck for James, seaming it into the right-hander, so that'll get him excited, and if he can keep hitting that Duke ball on the seam, it'll do some talking.
Yeah, until it reaches the soggy stage, and then you have to wait for the reverse, and there might be a few more comfortable overs as far as the batsmen are concerned.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. The Duke's been ever so slightly changed. Not such a pronounced seam as we're used to seeing when we come to this side of the world. So it's nice to see it still moving, because we love a good battle between bat and ball. And if the Duke seam movement is taken away, things could change.
Yeah, absolutely. Blatherwick in again and continues to bend his back. I've been impressed with Blatherwick. He's got really nice action. Took a wicket in his first over and continues to put pressure on the batsman. His last over was excellent to a man, Mitchell, who prefers to attack, it must be said, but at the moment he's having to grind out, survive as much as anything else.
Blatherwick with experience at the England under-19 level as well, so plenty of credentials.
Well, the bowler finds the edge of the batsman's bat. It was, in the end, pretty well played, all things considered. It's gone for 4, but certainly not completely in control on that occasion. So we just watch the replay again.
Yeah, squared him up nicely. As you can see, his shoulders and his back leg have turned. Beautiful delivery. But the key in Test cricket, as Kane Williamson will certainly play testament to, his soft hands.
Absolutely.
They always help you out.
Yep. And again, that just flicked around the corner. I think it's going to be a leg by. It is certainly signalled that way. George had already signalled it in the commentary box, I have to say. But the umpire eventually catching up with events here in the commentary box, and they've trotted through to add 1 to the total. I'm trying to remember if there's been another extra. I think that could be the first extra of the day. Not that interesting, but I thought I'd mention it.
Well, we need to ask our mate down in front of us.
Oh,
How many in the extras column, Jim? We'll get Kathy to run out there and have a quick,
absolutely.
a quick check.
And the hands are out in front of the body on this occasion to push the ball into the covers. looking to caress the ball through the covers, but straight to the fielder. There is no run.
First time here in Chelmsford. What's Chelmsford famous for?
Inventing the radio. Marconi.
Okay. That's a fun fact.
It is a good fact and an important one.
Well, it's arguably given us a job, hasn't it?
Exactly so. Wouldn't have television if you didn't have radio.
Thank you, Chelmsford.
Yep. So it was also a Roman town back in the day. Not as big as Colchester, just down the road, but was an important Roman settlement.
I've just been to Rome, actually. Delightful city. Beautiful.
Oh, nice touch. The link there immediately between. I have to say, we're a bit short of amphitheatres here in Chelmsford. As again, Blatherwick continues his hard work from that end. It's been a good spell. It'll be interesting to see if he bowls much more now.
It's a lovely cricket ground, but it's certainly no Coliseum.
No.
It is Chelmsford.
But it is a city. That's the other. So very proud of it. County town of Essex.
And how's Essex been going over the last few seasons at the domestic level?
They had an excellent run about 2 years ago when they won the county championship. Then they won the Bob Willis Trophy in the first year of COVID. Been a bit quieter over the last couple of years, but under Simon Harmer, and Alistair Cook is still playing.
I did hear that. We were hoping to see him out here. You never know, Brendan McCullum might be able to convince him to pop over to Lords next week, because it looks like you might need him.
It is, yes. Since he retired, the opening spot has been... Well, it'd be interesting to see how Dom Sibley gets on today, actually, because he for a while looked as if he might fill that slot pretty well, because just like Alistair Cook, he hates getting out. And that is dabbed very nicely backward a point before. That is a delightful shot, lovely timing. In fact, it doesn't reach the boundary again. There's several times we've assumed that the ball is going to race away for 4, and the batsmen have had to put in the yards and get the 3, but it was a really nicely timed shot.
An interesting change-up with the keeper coming up to the stumps for James. His first delivery straight down the leg side. Not the nicest initiation, coming up to the stumps. Might have overcorrected ever so slightly there.
Do you like to see it, though, proper keeping, coming up and just making... Because we had seen Young and Mitchell try and step outside the crease and play James by coming out of the crease, and for the wicketkeeper to then come and stand up takes away that option. So good to see.
Yeah, it just gives him more of a chance to pin him on the crease, brings the LBW into play as well. So I like it. Let's see if it works.
Well, beats him outside off stump, and the wicketkeeper takes it very nicely. So Michael Burgess, Warwickshire.
Daryl Mitchell looking to play a defensive shot wide outside the off stump. I was always told to either hit it or leave it. He's just found himself in a little bit of a middle ground there.
Well, I suppose if you do play an awful lot of one-day cricket, if it's there to be hit is the option with that particular game, so it can scramble the brainwaves periodically when you're jumping between the different formats. But that is played very nicely. For no run, but played very nicely. But certainly having the keeper up has just changed the dynamic a little bit here. Clever play. So Lyndon James is in once again. This time tucked away onto the leg side. There is no run. Good over though. Interesting from the emerging counties. Just helping the bowler out a bit. Dom Sibley, in his role as senior statesman, is having a word with all the bowlers as they trot back. Sibley, who has 22 test caps to his name. I think it will be Blatherwick to continue.
As he should. As he should.
If you're bowling well, keep going.
A very important period, isn't it? Just before lunch. If they can turn 2 into 3, it'll make things taste a lot better.
It is interesting how important that extra wicket is, isn't it? If you've batted first and you're only 2 down at lunch, fair play. Ball's going to dart around, could lose a couple, but 3 and suddenly the bowlers are the happier team, all for that 1 wicket.
Yeah, 100%. If you've got 3, you've done a relatively good job, and it did take them a while to get the first breakthrough, so it's a pretty shared session so far if they can keep it at just 2 down.
Blatherwick, who has a lovely rhythm as he bowls to the comes up to the crease, and they trot through for a well taken and well spotted single on this occasion.
Now, Guy, being a former groundsman myself, I look out here and see about 100 different cricket pitches.
Yep.
Looks like a seriously tough gig over here in England.
There's so many teams who play. We'll talk to Kath. I think Kath was playing on one of them last night for the Essex women. Also the Sunrisers, who were the T20 franchise in the Charlotte Edwards Trophy. They play here. Essex.
Chart. 4 of the best.
It was shortish, it was wideish, it was slightly tired on that occasion from Blatherwick, but middled, absolutely middled by Young for 4.
Just weighted on it so nicely, and you can see he doesn't try and overhit this, uses the pace of the ball. Blatherwick just letting his first one in a while slip, getting a little bit of fatigue maybe, but just look at the timing.
That is what's been so impressive this morning from Young, is the fact that he has played every ball on its merits. If it's been there to hit, he has hit it. He has defended beautifully. And 27 from 63 deliveries now tells its own story. But he hasn't really looked in trouble. And been very impressed with the way he's gone about coping with the English conditions this morning.
Yeah, and he had a nice day out for the first warm-up game. 55 retired, so trending in the right direction before the big 3-match series against England.
In again. Yes, because just to let you know, this, if you hadn't heard this, it won't probably be a first-class match because New Zealand are likely to play with a lot more than 11 players in this match. I think Tim Southey and Kane Williamson are down for days 3 and 4. So it will be interesting to see. At the moment, it's been looked very serious all morning, but we could have players saying, right, I've batted long enough, I'll retire now, I know what I'm doing. So it'd be interesting to see when that kind of starts.
Yeah, that's right. There's too many changes, a lot going on to call it a first-class match, which is potentially a shame for the county players, but that's just how it has to be with all the variations we're going to get as this 4-day goes on. Oh,
and there is a very, very short
variation.
And that will be a wide. It was so high over the top of Young's head. And the wicketkeeper took it from a long way back. But good to see Blatherwick bending his back and trying to put in that short delivery. He put in one very decent bouncer earlier in this spell. But that one, I'm afraid, didn't come off quite so well. Yes, the other person who will be disappointed that it's not a first-class match is Ben Compton, because he was looking to score 1,000 first-class runs before the end of May, and he's on 858. Thank you very much. You may have noticed I was getting information.
Another one. Young goes bang through backward point once again, copy and paste earlier than the over.
870 runs for Compton, and brilliantly described by George, as I'm got out of trouble by my two colleagues in the commentary box here. And that was another very good shot, and I think I'd be surprised if Blatherwick bowls another one now. That looked, after an excellent spell, to be slightly on the tired side, and but he's certainly put in a excellent first shift, taken a big wicket as well in his first over, so has impressed this morning so far, Blatherwick.
Yeah, that over certainly shows that it might be time to pop down to fine league for a drink, but a very impressive start to the day for Blatherwick. As we bring back into the tack, Porter again.
Porter's
from the other end.
Ends, yes. Immediately seems to be cranking up the speed a little bit. That was, well, maybe not, but it was bright on the money again, as Jamie Porter is in that tradition, the Gus Fraser tradition of just keeping the ball there or thereabouts. Glenn McGrath always on and around. Off stump. That's slightly shorter and paddled round nicely. Improvised shot for 2.
They're continuing with the deep backward square for Mitchell, hopefully looking for a little error, a little top edge as he plays with his hard hands, but he controlled that one nicely. A little punch for 2.
Jamie Porter doesn't bowl that many bouncers, so interesting that particular tactic is being used. But they obviously feel that it is a potential problem for the batsman. That, though, is on or around off stump and punched out into the covers, no run.
The wind's starting to pick up out there, as you might be able to hear on the sound effects.
Yes, come in gusts throughout the day so far. It started with a very light breeze. The wind has certainly cranked up, but stopped again for the last half, 3/4 of an hour, but is beginning to blow a bit. And Porter and Young backing up nearly get themselves into a bit of a battle with a possible run out that ends with Young's impressive dive for no apparent reason.
Trying to get a gauge on the direction of the wind, and if I was a golf caddy, I'd probably say into and off the right.
Yes, whichever way southwest is. So I need to do my geography and work out which way the ground is pointing at the moment. But yes, it certainly is a southwest wind today. Porter in again.
Oh.
Nicely bowled, nicely played. Now, Porter's been a bit unlucky not to have picked up an England cap. He's spent a lot of time in England squads without actually ever making the first 11. He's been on tours again, never quite made the breakthrough, and then a couple of years ago slipped out of favour. So this is an opportunity for him to get back into that particular reckoning.
Yeah, as you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, a local lad, so good to see him out here in front of his home crowd. 29 years old.
Yes, seems to have been around for a while. Done a fantastic job for Essex. You were asking how they're done, and the county championship and the Bob Willis Trophy, and Porter was absolutely key to those particular performances. Yep, Championship Player of the Year back in 2017. It's that step up. We've seen this before with the county championship. You can have excellent players. So Ben Gibbon returning, and he, like Porter, switching ends from their opening spell. We've had 24 overs so far. We'll be doing well to get 30 in by 1 o'clock, but chance were given to try his luck from the other end. Jamie Porter bowling around the 75-mile-an-hour mark. Every so often he was getting it up to 79 or 80 earlier today, but that over certainly not based on speed, thanks to the speeds that we have up on the feed, which are really handy to see how the bowlers are actually turning their arm as Gibbon is in again. Nice bounce, no rump.
Yeah, I think this end could suit him nicely, although the ground is slanting away from him. This wind might just help him with that natural in-swing to the right-hander. Looking to wrap Young on that front pad.
Young continues, though, to frustrate this count is 11 and show just what you need at the top of the order. Given in again. Who's impressed given his lack of first-class matches so far in his career, and picked on one of those players that has impressed briefly and quickly in his career, and managed to get himself picked for this team after only 2 first-class matches. So yeah, they must think he has something about him.
Just 21 years old, it makes even me feel relatively...
God, you tell you what it makes me feel. As that ball's played out into the covers, no run.
Yeah, looking at Young settling in here at the top. Traditionally has always been a number 4 batsman back in New Zealand.
Interesting.
So to get in that international side, he had to make the change to open up, to find a gap.
Someone quite good at 4, haven't
We've traditionally had a reasonably good 3 and 4, and Ross Taylor has now stepped aside, so what a career it has been for him, and sad to see Big Foo leave the international ranks, but he had a great farewell against the Netherlands in the recent ODI series. So yeah, tremendous career, and that certainly opens the door for Youngie to maybe bat in the 4 position in white ball, but with Kane and Conway there's a great anchor, a great backbone to this batting lineup.
Decent delivery that from Gibbon, actually getting the outside edge. Went into short of slip, but really nicely bowled. But in the end, comfortably played. But he looks every inch the opener so far, I have to say. Young, and after the moral victory of the last delivery, that one has just been dispatched. It was short. It was spotted early and it was swung away for 4. And again, Young just goes on. This is just what you want to see from New Zealand point of view, is a man who, okay, that was a good delivery. I managed to stick around. That one wasn't so good. I smashed it for 4. I'm still here, and I'm taking my score on now to 35 and the score to 68.
Yeah, the 21-year-old got a real taste of Test cricket there. A stunning pull shot. Absolutely moosed it backward a square.
And again, and a clever piece of bowling. I think he just took the pace off it a little bit and bowled it a little bit fuller. Young spotted it and it was driven back to the bowler, but nicely done. Nice change of pace, variation.
Yeah, he's got to make sure he does pitch it up and make the most of that slight breeze that's helping him, as we end the over at 68 for 2. But he's showing that he can get that shape into the right-hander. Bring in the LBW and then take one across him.
It's interesting how many of the overs have looked like that, with plenty of dot balls, but anything loose and it's gone. And the man who has mainly been responsible for that is Young so far, and it's been a terrific knock. I've been really impressed. Yeah,
and sometimes that's what Test cricket's all about, is making sure that those 4 balls aren't included in your overs. It can relieve so much pressure, because we expect maidens at this level. We expect bowlers to be on top in certain stages. So if you can keep those maidens coming and try and restrict those 4 balls, it'll build a long way into getting wickets here.
Well, that last shot possibly isn't one that leapt out of a textbook, but it was nicely played in the end into the onside, a sort of shovel shot, safely played. Porter again gets the ball to zip through to the keeper without it being express pace. There is still plenty happening, maybe even a little bit of movement for the ball as well. Porter currently none for 13 and he's in his 8th over, so they've had to treat him with a great deal of respect so far in this morning session. Though at the moment I think it would be New Zealand who would be ever so slightly the happier. One more wicket though and that changes. Daryl Mitchell again playing the ball out in to the point position, no run. As the wind once again picks up, Porter in. This is like Test cricket. This is good, accurate bowling, just nagging away outside off stump. Batsmen cannot take liberties. Happy just to keep the wicket intact ahead of the lunch break. But a good battle.
Now this is the moments we've been talking about. 4 great dot balls. Dale Mitchell pressing forward, so he needs to finish the over strong here, Porter.
Comfortable leave in the end for the batsman. Ball does shape back in as far as the wicketkeeper is concerned, but the ball was well past the stumps before it moved appreciably. But certainly signs that the ball is swinging a little more perhaps than it did first thing this morning. Porter in again, and that is prodded out not entirely convincingly into the leg side, and they will go through for a single, and that will be the 1 run from the over. And Porter picks up his jumper and cap once more, and another good over from the Essex man, who has proved very difficult to get away so far today.
He certainly has. The locals would love nothing more than to see him snag a wicket before lunch.
It's still be given. That was an interesting delivery. I think the batsman was trying to get his bat out of the way of that, and in the end didn't quite manage it, and the ball played down into the ground, no run.
Now, Guy, before I got on the hot seat earlier this morning, I couldn't help but overhear you talking about your new coach for the England international
and we
side.
did want to talk to you about this. Yeah. What's the feeling about Brendan going to the bad and coming over and coaching England, particularly red ball?
Well, I think it's very exciting. I'm excited. I think it's awesome. I'm all for it. Obviously, it's quite hard to visualise at the moment, being one of our great leaders in all sports, whether it's cricket, rugby, or anything. He's a well-respected leader in New Zealand, so I think England have got lucky. I have no doubt that he'll be able to help you guys out and change the fortune and bring some great energy, some great leadership, and yeah, I have no doubt he'll be a success here at England. So I'm very excited, and I've been saying that England have quickly risen to one of my favourite teams to support purely because of Brendan McCullum. So
really?
So there you go.
Well, that's a very generous view. I suppose you could also look upon it as he's getting a bit of practice in before he goes for the big job at New Zealand. So
Well, arguably this is a massive job. We all know the history behind England cricket and England and Wales and how special it is in this part of the world. So for a young Kiwi to get a job like this is, I think it's an amazing moment.
I think it's a fascinating moment as far as English cricket is concerned, with Rob Key, no particular experience in running the game, but a really interesting man who knows a lot about it and played a lot of county cricket as well as a little bit of international cricket. So a broad knowledge of the game. You've got Ben Stokes, fascinating character, not a few Kiwi connections there as well. So that's going to be interesting. But I just think with those three, none of those like being on the back foot much. They're all looking to attack, improve, and I think that's going to be what is so fascinating about the three of them together.
Yeah, positive cricket is certainly what Brendan will bring, and especially partner with Stokesy. So he was a fearless leader. He always took everything on, no matter what he was doing. Even on the golf course, he's pretty competitive from what I hear. So, look, it's really exciting. Hopefully he can't do too much before this England series. I know he's only just making it over to this side of the world. So I wonder if his magic will rub off that soon. But yeah, it's really exciting, and I've always supported England in the Ashes. So now I've got a legitimate reason to do so.
Yeah, there's that great shop in Queenstown. Well, there used to be the road in Auckland, Queen's Road in Auckland. I can't remember the
Queen Street. Yeah.
Queen Street, and there's a shop called Anything But Australia, which always used to make me laugh every time I walked past. But no, I think we're delighted to have him. I watched what he did with the New Zealand team when they came over after he had the word and was captaining, and they were just a joy. One, the way they played it, and the attitude. The English team were rather shocked. There was such a sporting attitude. It wasn't all about win at any cost. It was, we're here, we're having the time of our lives, let's actually make the most of it. And I think that atmosphere would help England, because there is a certain amount of fear in English cricket, and I think Brendan McCullum might help to ease that.
Yeah, 100%. You mentioned the fear of failure, or the habit of not doing overly well. Like, it can really grind down a player. So I think Brendan will give players the confidence to go out there, and if it doesn't work, that's fine. And he'll give people a chance for more than one or two tests. He'll say, right, you're here, you're in this position for X amount of games, go out and enjoy it. Play your natural brand of cricket, and arguably it can only get better here.
Well, one man who will be hoping that he could possibly sneak into England's selection if he bowls well enough here, and for Essex is Jamie Porter, and he continues to keep the pressure on, still waiting for his first wicket, but in his 9th over and just 14 runs taken from him in that score of 69 for 2. We're in the 28th over. This could be the last one. There might be one more before lunch. Mitchell 16 not out, and Young's excellent innings of 35 continues to impress. And apologies to Ben Gibbon, who had just bowled an over beautifully for a maiden, as we were talking about Brendan McCullum. But we were watching, I promise, Ben, and well done.
Maybe Brendan was watching.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it'd be interesting to see. Be interesting to know if he's here or keeping over this particular match, particularly given the shortage of England bowlers currently for this immediate Test series, and in fact for most of the summer.
I have a funny feeling you'd know pretty quickly if he stepped in the county ground.
Yes, I think you could be right.
There would be a lot of head turns from a few black jerseys in the grandstand over there to our right.
Yes, I think cameras might swing away, and fairly briskly as well. But interesting, I'm sure someone is feeding back who is impressing so far. And Jamie Porter runs back to start his run up for this delivery, as they obviously want to try and get another over in before lunch.
Squeeze one in.
Yeah, I think they probably can.
I've got 101 on my watch, but I'm always a little bit late, so I've chucked it forward.
12:59 on mine.
Yours is correct.
Well, yeah, it's the power of the smartphone rather than my watch. Like you, I always keep my watch slightly fast.
Yeah.
So
My mother's always taught me that, but she's at the other end of the spectrum. She's about 10 minutes fast, which is just
that's too much.
just wildly confusing.
Yeah, then you get worried really too quickly, don't you? You're always late. You always think you're late.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't.
And there is such thing as being too early. You know, when you're sitting at a cafe by yourself, you're really second guessing what people are thinking.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. No, stick with the 2-minute rule. 2-minute rule's a good one. 10 minutes late arriving somewhere, that's fine. So that for your mum though, that would be 20 minutes late. She'd be beginning to worry again.
Yeah, that would be massive.
Yeah. Issues.
Round the wicket now.
Oh, shot.
Wow, just as the field has been taken out of deep square, Mitchell pounces.
That was a really, really good shot. Coming round the wicket now as well, Gibbon, just to try something new. And that was just deposited deep mid wicket for 4.
I was wondering if there was going to be an interest to maybe bowl an over of spin to close out the session.
Yeah, be interesting. We've just seen the 4 bowlers so far this morning rotated. Gibbon and Porter starting, and Blatherwick and James, big appeal, but not fully convincingly.
2 noises there, I think.
And again, a long way outside off stump. But a decent delivery nonetheless. And the sort of delivery you want to see from a bowler after he's just been dispatched for 4 as well. Might have to just turn the wind down a little there, I think.
Yeah, the notepad's starting to go everywhere.
Yeah.
Albeit not having too much in it.
I've been impressed by your note-taking so far this morning.
Well, it's really nice to actually be exposed to new cricketers in the UK. I'm a massive fan of the domestic games, so to watch a few new faces on display here has been really nice. And
I agree. Now, it'd be interesting. I'm not quite sure whether Ethan Bamber is here yet, who is going to be taking over from Ollie Robinson, whether he got the call up this morning after Robinson got injured. But I think you'll enjoy watching him bowl. I was covering a Middlesex match the other day and watched him bowl and was impressed. 50 partnership comes up. Probably hear from the crowd that they got it slightly before we did, so good, well done the guys in front of us, and well played Young and Mitchell.
Yeah, really crucial 50-run partnership as they looked.
Absolute jaffa, beauty.
As they look to rebuild after losing Latham and Conway. Very impressive, and they've done it at a reasonable clip as well.
Yeah, the run rate has picked up since they came together. 24 for 2. Everything slight could go either way at that stage, but these two have settled any New Zealand nerves and certainly look to attack whenever possible. In again, Gibbon. That's left outside off stump. And I'm pretty sure that will be it for the first session. They ended up getting 29 overs in, which isn't too bad with 4 seamers bowling. At test level, you've got about 22 with 4 seamers, but no, good to see. And they've been an entertaining morning's cricket. Not always the fastest scoring, and the batsmen have had to dig in. We've seen Young 35 off 79, but some really nice shots. Mitchell 21 off 55. They've put on 50 together after those 2 early wickets fell, and we lost Tom Latham He was caught by Patel off the bowling of Gibbon for 11, and then in his very first over, Blatherwick trapped Devon Conway, who looked slightly disappointed with the decision, it must be said, LBW for 4. But at lunch, 74 for 2 after winning the toss and electing to bat first, New Zealand. Young 35 not out, and Mitchell 21 not out, thanks to George and Kath, and we will be back for another stint this afternoon, but we will leave you with the pictures of the groundsman getting things ready for the afternoon session after an excellent morning one here at the County Ground in Chelmsford. to the county ground here at Chelmsford, and terrific morning session that saw New Zealand recover from 24 for 2 to reach 74 for 2 at the break. 50 partnership, and a really good one between Young, who is 35 not out, and he has played absolutely beautifully, and he was joined when they were in a spot of bother by Daryl Mitchell, and Daryl Mitchell has gone on to make 21 not out so far. England bowled well this morning, and it will be Essex man Jamie Porter to continue. He started from the far end from us here at the commentary box, but switched to the near end before the break, and will continue to do so. Delighted that Kath Dalton's joining me for the first section here, and Kath, a thoroughly enjoyable morning's play, really.
Absolutely, and a thoroughly enjoyable lunch.
Oh yeah, I've just yes.
You must tell the listeners, Guy, how many burgers you've had.
Oh, I know.
I hope to God no one at home's listening.
Yeah, no, I have yet to forward the streaming information to my wife. Jamie Porter in again, and that is wide of off stump. There is no run. No, for some reason I managed to had to go out for lunch yesterday. Didn't know what to have, so I had a burger, having forgotten that I was actually cooking burgers last night. So I had burgers again last night, and then we got a lovely meal voucher for lunch today that largely consisted of burgers. So I have now had 3 meals, three burgers.
There wasn't much other options, to be fair to you, Guy.
I know, but I have to say my figure is not the spelt one that I was rather hoping for at this stage of the summer. Not helped by this burger-thon I've been on in the last day or two.
The chips were also equally as good, may I add, as well.
They were, but there were a lot of them. Somehow I ate them all.
I've had to peel myself away from them at the
I know, you were doing good. You were picking at them in a very genteel manner. I was shoveling them.
For those who know me will know that I'm not normally like that. I was in company, that's what it was.
Ah, that's what it was. Jamie Porter in again.
Yeah, Porter had a very good morning spell, didn't he? He hit his areas. He was unlucky not to take a wicket.
Yeah, he beat the bat on several occasions, found the edge, but no way were they going to carry. There was one flick away to mid-wicket that very nearly found the fielder as well. So he has bowled very well without any luck so far. He's certainly kept the batsman honest. And that is another thickish edge that will spoil his figures a bit because it's gone for 4. But you could hear the sound of the ball coming off the edge of the bat.
Yeah, it's risk and reward though, isn't it? When you're bowling that length, you're bowling that area, you need to take that risk. It's frustrating. You can see his head's up in the sky, but he'll know that that's a moral victory there for Porter.
And also we've reached that stage where there are just 2 slips rather than the 3 that we had for most of the morning. The third slip would have fielded it. I don't think it was ever a catch because it was played with softish hands, but certainly it was an edge. And that is a mistimed drive up to mid-on. So at the moment, as the wind just picks up again, just as Porter comes into bowl.
I think player of the morning was Young, wasn't he? He was the aggressive batter in the partnerships that he had. He's looked to take the game using the angles in his crease as well, coming down the pitch occasionally.
And that's in the end a pretty straightforward leave as far as the batsman is concerned. So the end of another very decent over indeed from Jamie Porter. Just the edgy 4. Are you having a few problems hearing yourself back through the... do I need to tweak some of the equipment?
Yes, I think we do.
Is that any better?
I can't hear a thing now, Guy.
Oh, really?
Which is great.
Okay. Let's swap headphones.
It's all good. I can hear myself now.
Ah.
There you go. The irony, hey?
Have you tried turning it on and off again? That seemed to work yet again.
That seemed to work this morning on the television as well.
Yeah, no, bless them. There are so many things that can go wrong with the TV cable round the ground that they fixed it really quickly. Those of you who've been watching us all day, you may have had a 10 minutes when you were stuck just with us without the picture, but it is back and looking good at the moment. And so I think it's Blatherwick who is going to be bowling from the top end, who looked very good in his first session this morning, but did tire in his final over, but has obviously bounced back after probably been eating burgers as well, and he's feeling man enough to come back on him.
He's got that fire in his belly after the burgers.
Yeah, nicely.
I feel.
Good.
He bowled really well this morning, didn't he?
He really did.
He was the aggressive one. It was the first time we'd seen a few bounces being bowled, although one of them was called a wide. I like that aggressive intent from him this morning. He was going for it, which is exactly what you want. And as a fast bowler, you shouldn't be able to bowl really long spells, should you? A bit like if you think of Mark Wood.
Yeah. No, and he is a good 5 miles an hour faster than the rest of the attack that we've seen. He's consistently up around the 85, just over mark, whereas the rest of the attack, good as it's been and threatening as it's been, has been much more around the 80 mile an hour mark.
And you need that variation in a bowling attack. It can't all be the same type of bowling, otherwise, as we saw with the Ashes, some interesting selections by England in the Ashes, but you have to have that variety, and I think England in particular have really missed raw pace. I know that we've had Wood, but Jofra Archer being out injured has been a challenge. So same with this bowling attack here, just a bit more pace makes it a bit more exciting for us.
It does, but poor England at the moment, every time they find a new good fast bowler, they get a stress fracture of the back. So at the moment, I think we've got 3 or 4 of our quickest bowlers all missing for most of the summer.
Yeah, it's a shame. It is a shame, because there are some quick bowlers in this country, but they're just unfortunately not fit at the moment. That can come down to a lot of different things. It can be over bowling, as we know. It can be bowling on hard surfaces, and sometimes it also can be what's called lateral flexion, like when you fall away in your action. So some technical work. As a fast bowling coach myself, I know how fragile that can be. You're putting a lot of load through your body, you know.
And Jofra Archer, of course, his is an elbow issue that's been ongoing.
Yeah, elbows are always tricky as well. He's had a few operations as well, hasn't he, on his elbow, but hasn't quite come back since then.
As I have to say, in that Ashes tour of 2019, I was lucky enough to be at Lord's when he was bowling to Steve Smith, who at the time no one could get out. And he was lightning. And Smith just... the bouncers that were... it was just one of the best spells of Test match cricket I have seen. The world's best batsman at the time up against this super quick bowler. And that wasn't super quick, that particular delivery, and he's helped away. There is a fielder out there, so it won't go for the full way, but it was short and needed hitting, and Young did exactly that.
It was very well picked up in the deep, actually. Confident in his fielding down there. But yes, you're correct. I mean, seeing a fast bowler going at full tilt is a spectacle, isn't it? It's exciting, and at that time, Smith, you just felt like he was never going to get out.
It felt like that. I was at all the tests that summer, and oh my, it did. I felt as if I'd been watching him for most of my adult life. As in again comes Brathwaite.
And it was a funny thing, because obviously Smith was out injured with that unfortunate knock to his head, and then Labuschagne came in, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he found his form, because I was lucky to go to the Test match at the Oval, but unlucky in the sense the Ashes had already been.
England couldn't win them.
No, I know. But England won that Test match, that last Test match at the Oval. But yeah, I watched Jofra bowl that day, and it's just a different level, isn't he?
Well, yeah, there is the argument that perhaps when they went to New Zealand afterwards, he was over-bowled a bit, and that didn't help.
I think that's something that's come into coaching a lot now is workloads for bowlers. Sometimes bowling maybe too much, sometimes maybe not bowling enough.
Yeah.
So there's theories on both sides really. It's difficult to know which one was right.
Finding the happy medium, and that is pulled away off Jamie Porter, not entirely convincingly. It was uppish for quite a long time, and but played between the fielders, and eventually does find its way all the way to the pavilion for 4 more.
Yeah, and even though as you said, that's not quite timed, as you see here coming up on the replay, he's still got enough of it for it to race away, and the outfield looks like it's quickened up as well, because early on this morning that would have been a 3.
Absolutely. No, I think the wind that we've been complaining about has dried it out. It's actually been quite a big drying factor.
It's not been good for us up here, but it's been good for the outfield.
No. You haven't put on those spare trousers you were offered yet. You're still in your shorts. You're freezing still, are
Yes,
you? Right.
no, I'm good. George has kindly offered me half of his wardrobe out of his rucksack that he's been carrying.
Good man. As that is outside off stump and left alone. Young has moved on to 40, Mitchell 25, 83 now for 2.
And this is invaluable for Young, you know, being out there. He's faced 86 deliveries so far. He's actually been very watchful. He's picked balls that he wants to score off, and other balls that he's just left alone. He's been very good so far, hasn't he?
He really has. He's done the old cliche. He's played every ball on its merits, and that has shown. And he has looked the safest of all the New Zealand batsmen that we've seen so far today. Porter, who has bowled well, as we've said, without a great deal of luck.
Be interesting to see when we get some spin.
Yes, George was mentioning that just before the lunch interval, that perhaps we could see a spinner.
Because as this ball obviously gets older, it's going to have less in it for the medium pacers or the fast bowlers out here, and want to see, because Harmer, obviously Essex boy, Simon Harmer, takes a hell of a lot of wickets here at Chelmsford, so whether it does turn this pitch a bit later on, potentially.
Well, we've got Liam Patterson-White from Nottinghamshire, who bowls slow left arm. So in the Jack Leach mould, just running through the rest of the team, and it is a mainly seam attack, it must be said. There are 1 or 2 who can turn their arm. Even Dom Sibley bowls has taken first-class wickets with a bit of leg spin, but there isn't. Nick Gubbins is also a leggy.
Absolutely, Patterson. 67 wickets in his career, very, very good economy, 2.67. So, not a bad bowler to bring on later on. But as you said, not a huge amount of spin options in this side. It looks like it's going to be mainly medium pace attack against New Zealand.
And they're looking increasingly comfortable, the New Zealand batsman, against that medium pace attack. Porter bouncing back well after the boundary off his first over with 5 dot balls, but there is 4 more added, and the score is 83 for 2 now. Young 40 not out, Mitchell 25 not out, but very well played for these two, coming together with the team in a spot of bother on 24 for 2.
So, Guy, you've been to New Zealand to watch some cricket, have you?
I haven't actually seen cricket in New Zealand, bizarrely. I've seen
George
rugby.
is very upset with this.
I've seen rugby, sailing, but haven't been to a cricket match in New Zealand. Always went at the wrong time of year.
We'll have to get over for a trip, hey?
Well, yeah, I will have to. I'm glad you've said I have to. I can go back and tell people I must go to New Zealand again. For those, Kath, for those of you who haven't been, but you had a trip planned, and then COVID
indeed.
came.
I know. A trip planned to Australia, and then COVID unfortunately came, and scuppered my plans somewhat. But hopefully, at some point, Australia and New Zealand would be, especially as a cricketer and a coach.
Absolutely right.
You've got to get over there at some point. Hey?
You have.
I've been to some other amazing cricketing countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh.
Oh wow!
But South Africa as well. But never been quite that far on an aeroplane yet, Guy.
The way to look at it, it's only a day.
It's a very long day.
Yeah, but it's a day. It's a day.
Of course.
There's some people say, "Oh, New Zealand's too far." It's a day. Just get
Yeah.
Just sit down, watch some movies, and then you're in New Zealand.
And I'm a good movie watcher as well.
In that case, yeah, definitely.
There's no excuse now.
No excuse now. Book it up.
I'll have to.
Tea interval.
At the tea interval. Surprise everyone at work by disappearing.
You mentioned trips to New Zealand, did I just hear?
Oh, you did indeed.
You did, George.
I've been known to record my timings door to door, and the longest time it took me was 58 hours.
Okay.
That's not a day then, Guy, is it?
That's more than a day, guy.
It's a day on an aeroplane. I hear what you say, but that can happen when you're travelling anywhere.
It can.
So, George, would these conditions be pretty similar to those that they've been playing at in New Zealand, the guys who are batting at the moment?
Yeah, I'd say so. New Zealand, well, I'd like to think that, during the summer it's, ouch, blazing sunshine every day. But no, certainly at the start and end of the season, it's very similar. That's why I think we enjoy coming over here and playing in England.
Certainly the bowlers always seem to, they feel right at home when they arrive in England. Having watched Mr. Messrs. Southey and Bolt over the years, yeah.
Our bowlers have certainly enjoyed the home conditions when the cover's taken off the pitch and there's a slight bit of greenery.
Absolutely. And that's nicely clipped away. Blatherwick, who's impressed again, but he's slightly annoyed with that delivery, which was easily cuffed away for a couple.
That's why I believe batsmen like Tom Latham, averaging 40, so impressive when half of his games are opening the batting on green seamers that we've produced ourselves. So he's done well over his career to keep that average so high.
Well, I have to say, for this team, it was a pleasant surprise when they got the wicket of Latham so earlier today. Excuse me. That's why you've got a cough button, Guy. You flick it off when you want to cough. Just share it with everybody. And that is beautifully timed, without looking to hit the cover off the ball, just placed away for two.
Interesting. This pitch has a bit of green in it, but it hasn't done as much as we've suspected early on this morning. It's not doing a huge amount now.
No, it seems to have deadened up a bit now. There was signs of a little bit of swing about half an hour before lunch. Just a little bit, but certainly at the moment these look the easiest batting conditions we've seen so far in the day.
Yeah, and Young's set there on 46. Looking to make a half century at some point. Next couple of deliveries.
Or four singles, doesn't matter how you get there.
Or four singles. I forgot the format there for a few seconds. So used to T20.
Exactly.
With the Vitality Blast back on last night. Did you catch any of it?
I didn't, sadly. I was revising for this match. So.
Oh no, you had your homework to do.
Exactly. Right, I'm going to take a break and let George take over here. Kath, if you can just talk us through as George makes his way over.
I will indeed. So Porter is here to continue. Porter, who's been on really good form for Essex as of late and has had a very, very good first-class career so far. As Guy was mentioning early on in the commentary, he's been unlucky not to get a call up to the full England side, although having played quite a lot for the Lions. Looking to shape that ball back in there to Mitchell. And we welcome George. Hello, George.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon all. Great to be back in the hot seat as the sun beams through onto the county ground. Great to hear leather on wood. It's been a while. It has been a while.
Pitch has been a little bit up and down, hasn't it? Fraction. Some balls have kept a little bit low, some have leapt up. We've had a bit of both worlds on this wicket so far.
Yeah, Sean, it's providing a few options for bat and ball, and at the moment, as Daryl Mitchell takes a half step down the wicket, it's proving to be quite a nice surface with the bat.
Yeah, it's interesting Mitchell's doing that, because that was something that Young did early this morning as well, trying to get out that hard length that the bowlers have been trying to hit, try and throw them off their length. Porter again just hardly concedes a run, just hits that area, makes it difficult to score off him, which is why I think they're trying to do something else, have a little bit different intent against him.
Toiling into that wind, bowling into what looks to be a brick wall at the moment. This New Zealand batting duo of Mitchell and Young getting very comfortable after a spot of lunch.
So George, tell us where you're commentating coming up. It's very exciting.
Yeah, very excited. Actually making my debut international appearance. This is a warm-up game for me as well. I'm heading over to Amsterdam to call the Netherlands v West Indies as border charges in. So that's going to be a very exciting week. It's the first time the two sides have gone head-to-head in an ODI, so a 3-match series in Amsterdam should be very fun.
Yeah, it can't get better than Amsterdam, can it?
I know, the only issue with that is it clashes with my first 3 days at Lord's, which I had very strategically planned out as a big fan. But yeah, great opportunity. I love getting behind the mic for big sporting occasions, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Ooh, stunning delivery, just squeezing past the outside edge. Great end to the over, New Zealand 91 for 2.
Yeah, and as you said there, Porter probably deserves a wicket here, to be honest with you. He's bowled very well. His 12 overs, you know, he's only gone for 22 runs. He's kept the lid on New Zealand's batting side, and he deserves something out of this.
That's Test cricket for you, though, isn't it?
It is. It's a hard toil as a fast bowler.
It sure is.
That's why it's better to be a batter, isn't it?
You can have some pretty low moments with the bat, believe you me. And you still have to stand in the field for all day as well.
You get used to drinking a lot of tea if you're a batter who's not in form.
Blatherick now back into the attack and does so with absolute style. Young goes. What a breakthrough.
What a great delivery that was there. Really good delivery, just taking the outside edge. Simple delivery, really. I don't know if it did too much off the pitch, but that's unfortunate there, because he was set, really, looking like he was going to make a big score.
He was the pick of the bowlers this morning, and he has charged in, put it on a dime, squared up the New Zealand opening batsman who falls agonisingly short of a half century. A great start from Young and a great lead into Lords. Well batted, sir.
Yeah, he's getting a very nice reception from this Essex crowd for that innings. Really was the only one who's really stuck around and also looked to score positively. Mitchell, who has stuck around, hasn't scored quite as quickly. So fair play to Young. It was a great knock.
That'll do his confidence the world of good, no doubt about it. And now to the crease, Tom Blundell, the wicket-keeper batsman. In the first warm-up game, he was retired on 51, so he too has seen some good form of recent.
Yeah, there's a few informed New Zealand batters at the moment. I believe that game was against Sussex, so this is the second warm-up game for these guys, so the more time at the crease, the better.
Yeah, sadly for both sides, it was a rain-affected match. A few days rained out, so wouldn't have got quite what they wanted from that, so hopefully we can get all 4 days here for some good preparation.
It wouldn't be an English summer without some rain, that's for sure.
Summer.
In the loosest sense.
Yeah. First ball. Strays down leg. Blundell. You'll notice his movements are very clear, very big at the start of his innings, trying to make his mind clear, his decisions very precise.
Yeah, early on in your innings, you're just trying to watch the ball, get used to the pitch, get used to the bowlers. I mean, these New Zealand batters wouldn't have faced this bowling attack before, so it'd be new to them. Trying to get used to what they do, and obviously the conditions as well.
A big old leave. Keep watching it sail through to the keeper. Tom Blundell now, he's starting to become very much a regular. 17 test matches for New Zealand, averaging 33. Not one of the most productive run scoring last few seasons, but he's found form at the end of it, and he will be looking to cash in on this series. A big chance for him to really settle on in and nail that wicket-keeping batsman role.
And as you said, this team, as you said earlier in your commentary, that they're all in their prime, aren't they? There aren't too many young players in this side. They've all been around Test cricket for a while. That makes a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does. They've all been playing at a very high standard for so long, and seeing Blundell out there today takes me back to the Boxing Day test at the MCG. For the fans out there that wouldn't have watched that on debut for the Black Caps, he opened. We were in desperate need of a good opening batsman to partner up with Latham, and Blundell made an amazing 100 at the G, which he's lived off for some time.
Wouldn't we all, hey?
And fair enough to him. It was a tough test match against a very good Australian outfit, but that was a shining light, and the Kiwi fans certainly let him know about it. It was a very fun week in Melbourne.
Were you there?
I was. Row 12. Behind the bowler's arm. Very similar view to where I am now.
It's the best position to watch cricket.
The pull shot. Fielder's back there. They've had him back there quite a lot at the latter end of the first session.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether that's just a tactic to occasionally throw in the short ball, catch them off guard a little bit with deep fine leg and deep square out on the fence, just in case there is a mistimed ball shot. I like that tactic. It's an aggressive fast bowling tactic.
That ends the over for Blatherwick, and what a good one it was. 92 for now 3 as he makes the big breakthrough of Young.
Yeah, and he's been the pick of the bowlers, as you can see in this summary here, taking 2 for 33 off his 9. Although he's, gone for a few more runs, he's been aggressive. He's tried to bowl a few bouncers to try and rough up the batters, and also bowled some serious deliveries as well.
Yeah, he's been good to watch. Coming in, my geography's not great, but is that the western end, the southwest end? It is very much hazarding a guess.
My geography's just as bad, to be honest. We got no hope.
I'm just happy to know I'm in.
No pub quizzes later for us.
Just happy to be in England. Porter again, toiling into a slight breeze, really holding up this end nicely for his side. Bit of a lower bounce there, variation in the wicket.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times across this spell of passage of play. We've seen a few deliveries that have just kept low. That kept very low, outside off stump. Be interesting to see how that plays over the next couple of days.
Yeah, well, they were saying beforehand this pitch is quite similar to the one at Lord's. There's a large clay percentage holding it together. That's the main thing they're basing it on here. Porter. So if the clay dries out enough, it could get very nice to bat on.
Yeah, we've seen Lord's pitches that in latter years that have actually been quite like draw pitches, not really a win pitch. So this summer might be a little bit different, although as you said, this is also green. Lord's is also very green normally at the start of the test match. But yeah, a couple of deliveries just keeping low.
That's what I love about New Zealand v England. Similar bowling strengths. So if they're to produce a juicy wicket at Lord's to help out the likes of your Broad Andersons, that'll only do favours for Southey, Matt Henry, KJ, and hopefully Trent Bolt, who's over at the IPL at the moment, right on the edge of whether he'll get back in time.
Everyone loves to see Bolt bowl, even if it's against your team.
Porter, all dots so far, and the first run of the over. Blundell, another single to his name. Welcome back, Guy.
Back with a bang, I think that was. Slamming the door behind him in a very unlike Guy manner.
Sorry.
If you think Porter's getting frustrated, just look at Guy. He wants him to get a wicket. He needs him to get a wicket. Mitchell's thinking otherwise. Onto the hip. And that'll end the over. A solid over. New Zealand 93 for 3.
That just shows you how windy it is today. Papers have been going everywhere. The windows have been chattering. It's been guys slamming doors. Typical May weather for England, eh?
As long as the rain stays away, I'm happy. I'm enjoying seeing this first class Counties 11 go head to head with the Kiwis.
Yeah, it's been great to see how some of these young bowlers have shaped up against some serious test batters.
Blatherwick again to continue his spell. 2 wickets to his name. Boy, he would love a third. Blundell, the new batsman.
Yeah, tail up against Blundell here, isn't it? He's got some wickets under his belt now. He's bowling well. He's looking aggressive. He's running in a little bit quicker now. Trying to get that speed up. 82, that ball. Love to see an 85 today at some point.
It's these big moments after the lunch break, after every session, where you have to pounce when the energy levels are high and you've just made a vital breakthrough. Young, 46. Snicked off by Blatherwick. Blundell stoutly in defence.
As you said, this is a crucial moment really of the game. Whether New Zealand can build a partnership here, frustrate these bowlers, or whether they can take another wicket and start to unsettle this New Zealand batting attack. But yeah, this is a crucial part of the game, definitely, for sure.
A colourful middle order today for New Zealand. Blundell, Mitchell and Colin de Gromholm will be in either next or not far behind that. All players that love to score runs and in colourful fashion. I was down here at training yesterday and there were quite a few balls sailing outside the nets, dangerously close to the bowler's net, I might add, Colin.
And we know here at Chelmsford that the boundaries aren't massive. So myself and Guy were talking earlier about if you do live in one of the flats that surrounds the ground, you're going to want to have to like cricket, I think.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Kathy, because Will Young put one sailing onto the roof of that house to long on as Blundell faces up, and it made a fair old bang.
Let's hope they have insurance.
I was admiring the flats at Cow Corner as well. What a spot to watch cricket that would be. A little cup of tea up there on your own deck.
That's perfect. There's actually, I can see a few people are out across the way there, enjoying the cricket. I wouldn't mind a flat over there, although I think those are retirement ones, so I might have to wait a few years.
Bletherwick again. All dots to his name, and that's great carry through to the keeper.
Yeah, great carry that. Really good carry.
Bowling his 10th over now. He should be right into the stride of things, and he's showing that.
And pace up nearly 84, 85 there, so he's looking aggressive, which is great. And as a bowler, when you hit your rhythm, you just keep going, don't you? You've just got that feeling, that adrenaline's pumping through you, and you're excited, you've taken some wickets. You might take a few more. Put your name in the book.
Little effort ball to close out the over. 93 for 3. New Zealand cruising along.
Yeah, very Mark Wood finish, actually, to his bowling action. Shows how aggressive he's been. He's probably been the most aggressive bowler so far, whereas we've seen Porter, who's been trying to nibble it about and make it difficult.
Bletherwick, 2 for 33 off his 10, leading the charge for this county 11. And if you've just tuned in, you missed Will Young's 46 from 96. A delightful innings at the top, and just nicked one through to fall short of the milestone. Mitchell will be looking to get to that milestone if he can bat for another 2 or 3 hours. Oof. Kathy, we were talking earlier in the lunch break that you actually played out here the other night. Run us through that game, because I'm sure it was nice to be out here and under lights.
Yeah, there's something special about Chelmsford under lights. So Essex Women, who I play for, skipper for on the night as well, which is great. We played under lights against Kent, and it was a last ball finish. One off the last ball, so we were really nervous.
Wow.
I'll tell you, in the dugout, we couldn't. Nobody was allowed to move. It was one of those superstitious events. So yeah, we really enjoyed being out there, and it's not often we get to play on the county ground. We play at least once a year out here, but never played under lights at the ground. So yeah, we had a few people in as well, which made it even more fun.
An absolute thriller. Nothing like a last ball finish.
Absolutely. That's why we love T20 cricket as well.
Rising off a length. How is women's cricket going over here? Is it on a nice roll? It's growing so well all around the world, and the coverage is getting better and better. You must be pretty happy with being able to play and compete and have results like that as well.
Yeah, women's cricket's definitely grown a huge amount. I mean, when I was a lot younger, first starting out, I didn't even know there was an England women's team, for example. I think the growth of social media has really changed the outlet that women have now, and we have professional players in this country.
Shot. Daryl Mitchell showing the maker's name. 4 brilliant runs down the ground.
What a lovely shot that was. Shot of the day, I think. So yeah, as I was saying, there's professional cricketers now in this country, and I think knowing that it's a job for people is attracting a lot more people to the sport, which is exactly what we want.
And you've found yourself playing for Ireland now, which is exciting.
Yeah, I played for Ireland for a couple of years. I don't sound very Irish, unfortunately. Dad's Irish, so yeah, played over there. Played 2016 World Cup in India, which was the one England lost. But yeah, it was that was an amazing experience. Something I'll never forget.
No, it's great to be sitting next to cricket royalty.
Not even slightly.
No, it's exciting. It's exciting to see. And obviously New Zealand just hosted the World Cup, which was a thrilling final. Runs for Africa, as Australia claimed it over England down in the beautiful Christchurch.
Yeah, there's been a lot more support for women's cricket as of late, so long may that continue, really.
New Zealand cricket has lost a couple of big names recently, even as recent as the last 24 hours, with one of our leaders, Satterthwaite, retiring. A huge player for the White Ferns. She's called it time on her career, as well as Katie Martin, so a lot of movement in the women's game back home in New Zealand.
Yeah, 2 wonderful players as well, so hopefully there's some young talent, I'm sure there is in New Zealand, that will be able to fill those spots in the next couple of years.
Certainly is. Amy Satterthwaite, a glittering 15-year career. Change of bowler at the top end. James back into the tack.
It looks like he's changed ends as well.
Everyone's getting a go at each end, trying them both out, seeing which one they suit the best.
Change your end, change your luck.
A little bit of luck change for Lyndon James would bring his first wicket of the day, the all-rounder.
Came through the Notts Academy, so been well looked after in Notts. I'm sure they'll be very proud of him today. Young player. Another young player, 23 years old only.
Little pups.
Making us feel old here.
Very much so.
But again, another wonderful opportunity for him to bowl at this level of test batting against Mitchell here, who started to find a little bit of run scoring form in the last couple of balls.
He's made it to 30 off 78. It's gone through ebbs and flows. Started with a hiss and a roar and then had to battle through the middle stages, and now you can just sense that the ball's coming onto the bat just a little bit nicer.
Yeah, and they've got a good platform here, haven't they, to build from, and there's no rush. They can take their time, be watchful.
And they'll have to be watchful if balls like that are produced. Superb delivery from James. Mitchell just hanging out the washing a bit there.
Has a little smile after that one. Happy not to nick that.
It's a funny concept, really, isn't it? If you nick it, you've actually done better. You've got closer to the ball than a play and a miss.
It's a tough game, eh?
A nice single and a much needed.
Yeah, unfortunately there, James just strayed a little bit too straight and got picked off. That's the margins, though, isn't it? That's the margins in Test cricket. You get your line or lengths just slightly wrong, and then when you get it right, you can produce a ball like he just did, the ball previous.
Tom Blundell, 17 deliveries to his name, in a deep squat, an intense one as he punches it through point. Superb timing, and it'll go all the way.
What a lovely shot this is off the back foot. Went up with the ball, threw his hands through the line of it. Cracking shot for 4, appreciated by this Essex crowd.
A nice way for New Zealand to round out the over. That takes them over 100. 103 for 3.
As you can see here on the replay, what a lovely shot that was. Timed effortlessly off the back foot. Really lovely shot.
Very compact player. Really knows how to get inside the ball and punch it really well. Strong arms. Got his call up to the Black Caps a while ago now for the injured Luke Ronke at the time. Now Ronks is the batting coach for the New Zealand side, so he hasn't gone too far, and now he's been the watchful eye over Tom and Blundell.
And we have Ethan Bamber, who's just joining us, replacing the injured Ollie Robinson, I believe.
That's right. A few fans here today disappointed to see Ollie Robinson have a few back pains earlier in the day, but a great moment for this young man who we saw arrive this morning, and at lunchtime he had a few warm-ups just to make sure he was up to speed, and all of a sudden he is bowling to the New Zealand Black Caps.
Yeah, sometimes a late call-up isn't a bad thing. Catches you by surprise, but you know what, the excitement and adrenaline that he'll have will take him through. He's been a good bowler for Middlesex over the last couple of years. Still very young, but a stalwart in their attack, really. Real key member.
Yeah, he certainly looks young, but he's got a whippy action, so has the ability to hurry up a batsman. And does so there, the outer half of the bat.
Yeah, he's come on. He's done well with his first couple of deliveries here. Just outside off, gets a clap from first slip. Happy with that.
Fuller, squeezed and well fielded at mid-wicket. Little moments like that build pressure, and pressure makes diamonds.
Throw in a couple of cliches there. Very well played, George. But you're right, absolutely. If you're fielding well as a side as well, that's creating pressure, because something that could have gone for a single or could have gone for 4 easily there is a dot ball, and that just builds pressure on you as a batter.
Well bowled. Getting through his first over nicely here is Bamber.
Yeah, just hitting his area, hitting his length, making it difficult to play. Not absolutely rapid at 74 miles an hour, that delivery, but again, just similar to the other bowlers so far, just hitting his area really well.
23 years old. Can he make a breakthrough? End of the over, 104 for 3.
Yeah, this is a crucial spell really here now. Whether they can keep building dot balls, keep piling on the pressure on these New Zealand batters. Both faced equally fair amount of deliveries so far. Mitchell the set batter. But, you know, pressure, dot balls, as you were saying before, George, is exactly what is required here by the bowling side.
Yeah, if they can keep building this, something should come of it. Oh, clipped beautifully. Clipped very nicely. But the field has been up to the task as well. Body on the line, and they've come up trumps.
What a fantastic bit of fielding that was. Diving stop, flicked it back behind him. Really wonderful stop. Interestingly, not now, but Barber when he was bowling, him and Mitchell were previous teammates, I believe, so that could be a good contest. As you see here on the replay again, what a wonderful stop that was.
Aerial, and just shy of deep square. Almost middled that too well, did Mitchell.
Those are the ones that you don't want to middle too well. Hopefully they just drop short.
The very rare few. The sun is shining here in Chelmsford. James steams in. Blundell getting away a few singles, slowly getting this innings underway.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he'll be wanting to do now, is just get a few singles, keep rotating that strike, frustrate the bowler because there's rotation of strike all the time. And then when there is a bad ball, just pounce on it. But opposite, obviously, for the bowling side, wanting to build dot balls, which can be difficult.
I don't want to make bold predictions, but I just feel like Mitchell is getting a little bit antsy here. Something's going to happen.
You can feel it.
I can feel it in my bones. Daryl Mitchell, I think he's going to throw the hands at one late in this over against James.
And that's about mindset, isn't it? Test cricket, that patience that you require as a batter. Even if you play and miss a few, or you're not seeing it well, it's just sticking in there, staying in there. That's the whole test, isn't it?
It certainly is. It is a long format. Squeezes him up. And he's probably where he needs to be, down at the non-strikers. Doing well here, Mitchell. Solid defence, Blundell, as the over comes to an end.
Yep.
Well, we're back. George, how are you?
Very well, thank you, Guy.
Been a good little spell of cricket, this one. Sorry, our friend the opener didn't get his 50. He deserved it, Young. He'd batted very nicely, but good bowling from Blatherwick again.
He sure did.
Now, Ethan Bamber, interestingly, well, not that interestingly, but did play together at Middlesex last year, so they will have spent time in the nets together. So
Yeah, well, it's funny you say that because after the first delivery, walking back to his mark, there was a bit of contact between the two players, a little bit of shoulder to shoulder. So you could tell that they're well aware of the relationship, and it's exciting to see them go head to head.
well, for Ethan Bamber to step up, I've seen him a couple of times this season for Middlesex, and he impressed me. He works hard. He picks up wickets. He played 31 matches. He's got 114 wickets at 25, so he knows what he's doing. Taken a couple of fifers, and has been a crucial part of the Middlesex pace attack, and it's a good one so far this season. In again, and it turned out to be a good leave in the end by Mitchell, but certainly Ethan Bamber's bowling sharply, but there's slightly more skiddy action as well, just a slightly variation from the attack.
Yeah, you can see him just getting a slight bit of away movement there from the right-hander, just enough. And that's all you need. And looking at Daryl Mitchell, he's moving around a lot, trying to change his focus.
That's a decent shot though, and he punches that into the covers, and it will be fielded, but they'll trot through for a very comfortable two. Now there's something of the, I know the Sam Curran's left-handed and Bamber is right, but there is something about the run-in and the scuttle and the delivery that is similar, on similar paces as well, sort of late 70s.
Good hustle and bustle, energetic bowler.
Exactly, and gets the rest of the team going.
Certainly the format of the game where you need these sort of players that dig in hard and dig in long. Shot!
Yep, I think that is the first maximum of the afternoon. And Mitchell has smashed his former Middlesex teammate straight back over his head for 6. It was in the slot, but it still needed dealing with, and that was dealt with in some style.
Absolutely was. As you can see, Daryl Mitchell looking straight. When he plays straight, that's when he plays well, as he's just picked the length so early and committed to it. And wow, did he stand tall. And there was no doubt about that. Out of the screws, and it was always going the distance.
As it wasn't a true half volley, it was a really, really top shot. A chastened Bamber comes in, bowls, pitches it up this time, and it is tucked away to mid on no run, but certainly a notification of an intent as far as Mitchell was concerned there.
Yeah, absolutely. As the boys saunter off for a little bit of a aqua break.
Oh, we didn't have one of those this morning. The temperature must have raised somewhat in this afternoon.
Maybe Gary Stead's called for an emergency one just to calm Daryl Mitchell down. What a shot.
It wasn't it just. It was effortless. I love those shots. It really was all about timing. Well, Daryl Mitchell 44 not out from 92 earlier. Young 46 from 96. Latham just 11 runs this morning, and Blundell 8 not out from 25. So no one's really been able to take on the bowlers and keep the pressure on, but that might be changing now. And you look at the figures: Blatherwick 2 for 33 from 10, yeah, He, at the moment, is the pick of the bowlers. Gibbons 1 for 21 from 9, though, equally impressive. I'm having trouble with technology, and George is desperately trying to explain it to me off mic.
I'm quite enjoying it.
How to stop the television screen turning itself off.
Trying to teach Guy that TVs aren't touchscreen.
It says, OK, press OK. Ah, that would be on a...
That would be on the computer.
Yeah,
this is
that
just the monitor.
Or on a remote.
Oh, you've done something. Oh,
I haven't done anything. It said it was going to do it. It said in 15 seconds it was going to turn off.
Oh, no. Oh, well. The broadcast's over.
There we go. Mended it, see? It's taking the mickey out of my technical skills. Turn it on and off again. It's all you ever have to do.
It is very good. Very good indeed. Exciting afternoon's cricket ahead. We've got wickets in hand, a pitch which is flattening out ever so slightly, and an in-form Daryl Mitchell. So the crowd of roughly 3,000 or 4,000 will be looking forward to seeing what he can produce.
Yeah, and he hasn't had it easy. He's had to build this innings. When he first came out, he was put under pressure. He was beaten a couple of times. So it's been a really good fight back as far as Mitchell is concerned. But we are now suitably refreshed, the players, and are ready to get going again. It will be the impressive James who will continue, the Nottinghamshire bowler. Bats a bit as well. He's got a first-class 100. So an interesting cricketer. He's in again. Oh, and a big edge, and he's gone first ball. What a lovely delivery that was. And it caught the batsman Blundell a little bit cold, you felt, after the drinks break. One of those, you get a decent one after you've just concentration has stopped. And played at a ball he may not have had to go for, but it has been caught in the slips. Patel again, and he has gone for 8.
Superb delivery straight after the break. Any sort of break, you've got to try and use that to your advantage. And as you see here, Tom Blundell, he's just gone a little bit hard, and his front foot hasn't moved as much as he would have liked. Oh,
he had to play
as well.
He had to play at that one. I was slightly watching that again. You couldn't leave that. It was just in the wrong place, but he didn't. It was a decent catch as well. Patel's taken 2 catches there at first slip that he's made look pretty easy, and that second one certainly wasn't.
Lovely length rising, and Blundell took the bait. A tremendous wicket as we see another exciting all-rounder to the crease. Colin de Gronholm.
Yes, well known to fans of the game over here. He's played a lot of county cricket over the years, so a popular character. 35 now. And yeah, a man who's plied his trade all over the world, and very successfully usually as well. But an interesting position for New Zealand to find themselves in, having won the toss, elected to bat. 117 for 4, 2 decent innings, but no one's really taken this county select 11 bowling attack to the cleaners as yet. Though Mitchell obviously would like to.
No, that's right. It's all of a sudden turning into a little bit of an awkward number, especially the number 4. Daryl Mitchell all of a sudden has to take on even more responsibility as the established batsman.
Decent record though, hasn't he? He's only played 28 tests because he's played so many different formats, but he still averages fraction under 40, top score of 120, got a couple of test hundreds, 850s. Handy man to be coming in at number 6 when you're in a spot of bother.
I'd really love to see the county 11 get more aggressive here.
They've got 3 slips. Not enough for you?
Give me a gully as well.
Okay.
You've got to cash in on these moments, especially in the long format. Get rid of your cover. make Colin de Grandhomme go at it.
Well, it's shovelled around the corner with the thickish inside edge in the end. De Grandhomme gets off the mark first with the second ball he's faced, but probably not his finest shot in his long and illustrious career. But it worked. But I do hear what you're saying, that when you've got the moment, seize it.
I think that's what you might see a little bit more of with Brendan McCullum at the helm.
That thought, funnily enough, was pottering through my head as well when I saw that, because there have been times that England have probably gone on the defensive a little bit earlier than should have done, but lessons were learned. Of course, you can go the other way. Famous test match up at Headingley against the West Indies, when declarations were made too early, attacking fields were kept too long, and the result ended up going the wrong way. And after that, Joe Root was a little more circumspect. Decent bowling again. He's looking happier at that far end from us here in the commentary box, is Lyndon James.
Painful single when you've got the new fresh batsman on strike and your tail feathers are up after getting a wicket.
He does have an Angus Fraser-like trudge back, doesn't he? Sort of slightly bow-legged approach back to his crease. Nothing at all. It comes in rather faster than Gus then, but there is an element, for those of you old enough to remember.
Looks like a very typical all-rounder, doesn't he? Strong.
Yeah.
He'll be able to hit a reasonably big cricket ball, I'd imagine. Shot.
Oh, and for once the fielder can't get that. Dives over the top of it, and it will be 4.
Another straight drive to Mitchell's name. Playing beautifully down the ground. 2 4s down the ground, and obviously half a dozen over the bowler's head not so long ago. So Mitchell striding towards a half century.
But still a good over for the bowler. Removed one danger man. Nice shot though by Mitchell, and he moves to 48. Well, Young couldn't quite get to his 50. Let's see if on this occasion the batsman Daryl Mitchell can make it. And it will be Ethan Bamber who will be continuing to bowl. Bamber in, and that is flicked away on the leg side by Colin de Grandhomme, and
no risks taken.
Yeah, I think there may well have been 2, but didn't want to take the arm on. It was a good bit of fielding. And why take the arm off? Don't need to at this stage, and indeed in this game. You're looking, the New Zealand batsmen are looking to bat as long as they can and get themselves some time. They don't need to take ambitious second runs.
Certainly right. Certainly right. It's the longest format of the game for a reason. Pick your times. Daryl Mitchell, 48. He has scored 3 half centuries for his country. And we mentioned his 1 century back at Hagley Park. I believe that was against Pakistan. And he was in a up and over, safe.
And that will be the 50 for Darren Mitchell, and he's deserved that. He has taken the odd chance, but he's got away with it. That was another one that fell safe between the fielders as he went for the aerial route, but a decent knock this. He's had to work very hard. It's from 95 deliveries, but the first New Zealander with a half century in this innings.
Yeah, great milestone on day 1 here. He's come out and dominated early on, and he's really looked the part. He's looked to take it to this county 11. He's naturally had to battle, and that's what it's all about, but he's finished it nicely. Can he continue?
It's Ethan Bamber in again, and it's a decent defensive shot this time. Bowler does his own fielding. As the 50 comes up again.
As Mitchell brings up the milestone, I remember back to his maiden Test century, and he was racing against the clock. New Zealand needed to declare, and he was in about the mid-70s, and it was, you could tell it was, we were all waiting for him to get it before he declared, so he really picked up the pace, and he finished it in style. He really went bang, 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 and celebrated rightfully so, and then the declaration from Kane Williamson came straight after, so it was a really enjoyable way to bring it up.
Well, good for him. This is how many people, not that many people, can be in the position when they can get to a Test 100. I'm glad that he had the opportunity to finish that off. As Bamber scurries away from us again, and it's played carefully round the corner. There won't be a run. That will be the end of the over, the 44th over. And the run rate is staggering up towards 3 and over. Not quite there yet. 127 for 4. Mitchell, though, is 50 not out. That 50 included 5 fours and a 6. We've got a very famous New Zealand name to come in next, Bracewell. The latest in a series of Bracewells, Michael Bracewell, nephew of John and Brendan. But he is not in yet. Instead, it is Lyndon James to continue. Currently bowling to Colin de Grandhomme. Grandhomme takes a step forward, but ball is on him a little bit quicker than he was expecting.
What you'll find about Colin is that he'll always provide something. He can look $1 million, but he'll certainly keep the coaching staff nervous early on in the innings.
Yes, he's looking to play the attacking shot whenever possible. Be interesting to see, and that is down on one knee and slammed through. Well, should have been a cover drive. In fact, the thickish outside edge is perfectly safe in the end. Flew through the backward point area. But just as George was saying, he played himself in now, ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely. 7 balls.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, see what the bowlers have to offer. Off we go.
I will say there's few that can strike a ball like Colin de Grandhomme when he does get going. It's great to watch.
And it's been a gritty game so far, so the crowd here will probably enjoy a few runs, but you have to be careful how you attack on this wicket, because we've seen that if the bowlers continue to put the ball in the right place, it can be difficult. And that again is off a thick outside edge into the onside, no run.
Very interesting part of the game, isn't it, Guy? This could really be a chance for one team to take over this test.
Indeed. That's what I love about the long form of the game, is one partnership and the whole colour of the game changes. I know you see it as well in the short form, but even more at this, that the team can think they're on top. 117 for 4. Certainly the bowling team will be happy with that. But 100 runs time, and that's suddenly a completely and utterly different match. And the speed at which you score the runs, no, I'm afraid I am an old. I love the long form, so this is a joy.
Strong leave.
Yep.
A few more of those, thank you.
No, he's attacking when he can, but learning, as most of the batsmen have that on this wicket. Yes, if there's a loose ball, clamber in, but don't take too many liberties because things can go wrong quite badly. But again, as we've pointed out several times during this day, there are 5 dot balls and a 4 in it, and that seems to be the way it goes, that if there is anything loose, dispatched it is, and it is Ethan Bamber to continue on. Dom Sibley, who seems to be doing a lot of the talking through, that crucial mid-off role of talking through the bowler. The man with 22 test caps, of course, for England, and with Ollie Robinson not playing, the one capped player in this 11.
I was traditionally found at second slip doing all my talking, but every now and then I really enjoyed popping to mid-off to get in the ear of my nasty fasty. My old flatmate, Big Tom Hills, used to have a fiery belly on him, so if I used to pop down to mid-off, get under his skin, and the batsman used to get the punishment for it.
Ethan Bamber in again. Oh, and he's beaten. Was there an edge? Don't think so, but it was a superb delivery to Grandholm from Ethan Bamber, and it just beats him all ends up. But too good.
Far too good. Beautiful ball. It's a very important time to be bowling these type of deliveries to a new batsman, and this one, well, it had Colin all ends up. That's what you coach for, top of off, and it made a good, exciting noise for the young man, but it was just a bit of a back pad.
Absolutely. Fair play, though. I'd have been excited if I bowled that delivery.
Oh,
and we've just
Jaffa.
That replay from behind the batsman showing just what a good delivery it was. Next one is wider and a much more comfortable one as far as de Grandholm is concerned.
This wind's really helping Bamber. It's coming across the right-hander, and as you can see, just a tickle of away movement. Once again, I'm going to say it, 2 slips, not enough.
Yes, Bamber's only got the 2 slips. We did see the 3 at the other end, so it does seem as if that is a tactic that we're seeing, that whoever is bowling from the end nearest to us at the commentary box isn't getting the same amount of fielders behind the batters from t'other end.
Yeah, if anything, Bamber is bowling into it slightly. So hard to get the pace right up to full strength, but he's gonna try. Beautiful.
There's a nice zip, there's nice carry, there's nice movement, but the delivery, I think, started a little too wide to really trouble the batsman. But lovely shape that Bamber is getting with these deliveries. And interesting, the one that there was the appeal for caught behind, the ball carried on, but now he's also getting the ball to shape away as well, and putting a little bit of doubt in the batsman's mind. Good bowling.
Might have come back into him, that one.
I think so. That was a really good over as far as Ethan Bamber was concerned. And de Grandholm, having seen the other one shape away from him, sees that one come back. He could leave it, and it did miss the stump, but the bowler pretty pleased, well, and quite rightly, pretty pleased with what the old 1-2 that he'd managed to call on de Grandholm.
Just an absolute classic fast bowling setup. Away, 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 and then in. We love seeing it.
And it doesn't get any easier to bat against, does it? You don't know which one is going to be the one. If one is added to the total of Mitchell.
James won't be too disappointed with that. Get the new man on strike. Yet to get a wicket. Well, Lyndon James, my apologies, got one straight after the drinks break.
Yeah, Ethan Bamber and Jamie Porter are the two without so far in the attack. 4 wickets have been shared amongst 3 of the bowlers so far. 2 going to Jack Blatherwick, the Lancashire paceman. De Grandhomme just checking where that one bounced. Still have 43 overs today. Decent delivery, decent carry through to the keeper, but De Grandhomme not tempted into the shot.
Just a tickle fuller, and I think you'll get him there. He can just leave on length. It's what the good players do at the top level. They just leave on length because the surfaces are so good at the top flight that you can just trust them. So if James can just pitch it up ever so slightly, you'll be tempting Big Colt.
Have to be careful though, because then you're putting it in the hitting zone as well. Oh, exactly what George said. Exactly what George said. And, well, he nearly drew the error, but in fact it was a no ball, so it wouldn't have counted anyway. But decent delivery.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this period of cricket. Plenty going on.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity too for young bowlers at the beginning of their careers to come and show what they can do. And certainly at the moment they're grabbing it. Some of these young English players.
Oh, slightly aerial, high on the blade.
Yeah, I didn't quite middle that one as it goes back. What a fine catch in the commentary box, left-handed. I have to say, while holding microphone in right hand, book blown off table and snatched brilliantly just above the ground by George here.
Sadly, Guy, that's as far as my cricket career went.
And that is a comfortable leave in the end for De Grandhomme. But clever bowling, because De Grandhomme is someone who likes to get on top of the bowling. And if you can just keep him pegged down.
Certainly right. Wear him down. It's a patience game. Very much a patience game.
Sun coming out a little bit more. Cloud breaking up above the county ground here. That one's played out. There's a gentle murmur that you can just about make out here in the ground.
Can see a little squad of New Zealand players exiting stage left. Some familiar faces, which will hopefully be on show later in the week. Kane Williamson, Tim Southey and Neil Wagner. They landed late last night, so they'll be doing a little bit of recovery, and then hopefully the fans here in Chelmsford will get to see those 3 big names.
They're scheduled for days 3 and 4 of this match, aren't they? Which will be a great opportunity. It really will. Ethan Bamber will continue, and considering he just arrived up the A12 earlier this morning as he came from Middlesex after Ollie Robinson failed to recover from a back problem picked up in training this morning. Ethan Bamber drafted in. He was practicing at lunchtime and he started pretty well this afternoon, and looking in decent fettle considering the late directness of his call-up. Bustling in with plenty of intent. Mitchell, though, playing him pretty comfortably, it must be said.
It's an exciting time for Essex cricket, having the Black Caps in town, but the Vitality Blast also gets underway on Friday. They kick off against the Kent Spitfires in Canterbury. I'm sure that competition will provide many a highlight.
It's a big thing around here, yeah. Obviously with the new competition as well, the 100. There isn't a team from the 100 that plays at Chelmsford, so this is the big game. Thickish outside edge, runs away for 4. Not entirely meant, but under control, it must be said from Mitchell. He plays that shot. Softish hands, and certainly not a chance, but certainly went pretty fine.
Yeah, you can see him really working with the ball, letting it slide off the blade and really opening up the face of the bat. And the pace of the ball is your friend a lot of the time.
Flicked away into the leg side and looking more and more comfortable, it must be said, Mitchell, as this afternoon unwinds.
Looks like a great setting for a T20 game here, and I think the first home game is v the Hampshire Hawks on the Monday 31st of May under lights here at Chelmsford, so I'm sure it'll be a blockbuster and a packed house for that.
Well, I think Kath will let you know what it's like. I'm sure she has been here for a few T20s in her time, playing and watching. Mitchell 56 to Grandholm after moving fairly briskly onto 7, has stayed there for some time. Now 23 balls he has faced. But learning the leave outside off stump. There will be another one. Patel keeps the energy levels up at first slip with applause. George, who's done a pretty decent stint, I have to say. Sorry, George, that was a bit longer than you were probably expecting.
Nah, that's all right. I've got a bit of ticker. like a good fast bowler into the wind, I'll go all day. And I get the feeling that when I come back, things would have dramatically changed. It's going to be an exciting little session here.
Yeah, last half an hour before the tea interval. And Kath will join us for that. George takes a well-earned break after a solid hour in the chair. And a change of bowling, and it will be Ben Gibbon who comes back, along with Kath.
Good afternoon, Guy.
Hello. Now, George was asking about T20 nights in Chelmsford. Decent night?
Absolutely. Everyone loves a T20 night here in Chelmsford. It's normally a packed house here in Chelmsford. I don't think the first game is a home game. I think it's away at Canterbury.
It is.
So
The fever pitch, it will be rising for the first home game.
yeah, well, they normally have to put a few more chairs on this outfield because it's so popular here on a T20 night. You can imagine the crowd get very rowdy here.
Really? What, in Essex?
Oh no, we're very polite, I mean.
Yeah. Smattering of polite applause.
Yes. Something of those sorts.
A no ball early on in this latest spell from Ben Gibbon.
Yeah, and it's an exciting competition. The Blast managed to catch some of it last night after work. Thoroughly enjoyable.
Good. I feel bad now. I missed it. I need to concentrate more on watching my cricket.
You were cooking those burgers, weren't you?
I was cooking those burgers and printing off my notes. And that is swung away, but not altogether convincingly. And gets down to third man, and they will get a fairly easy single, but not quite where Mitchell meant to put that, I don't think.
No, that didn't look like a hugely controlled shot, did it? Luckily, they have a man out there just to cover that in case he does go a little bit short and wide on the leg side. He's got that protection there given to cover him. But yes, I think since I left the chair, I think Mitchell has played a very, very good innings, although eaten up a lot of deliveries.
But you have time, and that is played beautifully by de Grandholm this time. And he has clicked that away with the maximum economy and the maximum timing for 4 excellent runs.
Yeah, it was just timed beautifully off his bat face. Everything he's hit so far seems to have 10-20% more power than everyone else we've seen today. He's just a powerful man.
Yeah, there's 2 decent hitters out there if they get going, you feel, at the moment. So
and the platform's set for them, isn't it?
it is just. But at the moment, Ben Gibbon, who bowled so well this morning, is bowling a little too short, and he gives that fast bowler's kick of frustration as he bowls it short and wide, and it is clattered for 4 more. And not the best start to Ben Gibbon's latest spell. He really did bowl well this morning, the young man, who, remember, has only played 2 first-class matches coming into this for Worcestershire.
Yeah, dispatched there. I mean, there's a change of field here. Third slip's come out into mid-wicket, so potentially just a bit of extra protection there for Gibbon.
Shortish mid-wicket, yeah. But this is flicked away again. Just checking that the fielder has done his job. But I think it's another 4. It is another 4. So this has been an expensive over so far.
Yeah, very expensive over. He's just got his line and length wrong there again and been dispatched. Free-flowing hands there by de Grandholm. And it's just flown to the boundary. Nothing the diving fielder could do to stop that one. He hits it, stays hit.
It does. It really does. And suddenly the scoreboard is clicking along. That is more of a thickish inside edge out to mid-wicket. But 3 successive 4s in that over. There was a no ball as well. So altogether, that did let the brakes off a little as far as New Zealand are concerned. And Ben Gibbon, well, having bowled so well earlier on, he'll be disappointed with that one. But de Grandholm moves on to 19, Mitchell to 57, and the score 153 for 4. And for the first time today, the run rate is over 3 and over.
How exciting for us. But de Grandholm has always played like that. I mean, every time we've seen him in test match cricket, he's been aggressive in that middle order. He doesn't look like he's going to be somebody who just knocks it about. If it's there to hit, it gets hit. So finally look like we might have some spin.
Yes, we've waited a little bit for this, but it does appear that we will have... Is it Liam Patterson-White? It is Liam Patterson-White from Nottinghamshire. And best bowling performance, 5 for 41, an average of 26 point, well, just under 27, so pretty decent average. And left arm spinner. 1 or 2 around as far as England are concerned at the moment, with Jack Leach as he comes in.
Every time someone says Jack Leach, I think of that innings he had with Ben Stokes.
Yeah, the other one I enjoyed was against Ireland when he scored 92 as an opener. And he came in as a night watchman, and
Yeah, he can hold a cricket bat, can't he?
he really can. And he was brilliant in that, yes, that wonderful innings with Ben Stokes. Partnership of 73. He scored one.
I remember everyone on social media afterwards was asking him to be sponsored by Specsavers,
That's
if I remember correctly.
and yeah, Specsavers was sponsoring that series as well, so the pressure was pretty full on. I think he did do an advert, but I'll check. But I think the pressure told.
That was a wonderful game of cricket.
Yeah, I was lucky.
Not
enough
if you're
to be-
Australian.
Not if you're Australian.
Unfortunately, I was playing that day,
Oh
Guy.
no!
But we were getting updates, and the umpires actually stopped us from playing, so we could go watch. It was a club game, so we were able to go in and see what happened, and then come back out and finish our game.
And that is the right thing to do. That I've been lucky. I've had it twice in my lifetime, with both of them in '81. But I never thought I'd see it again. And then I was lucky enough to be at Headingley when that happened. So.
Very lucky.
I was very lucky. I think I was getting some interviews afterwards, and I just took a picture of Ben Stokes and said I was there. So yeah, he was just magnificent that day. But this is a decent over from Liam Patterson-White. He's been helped by some good fielding, and the score is 154 for 4. And just the single off Patterson-White's first over. Nice way to start.
Yeah, great way to start, and a wonderful bit of fielding there at backward point, one-handed diving stop, and that's something they've done very well actually. This side, they've thrown their bodies at it. They've stopped some balls that were going to fly off through the boundary, but they've managed to get something on it, and they've tried to build pressure. It's been difficult. It hasn't been easy, but they've definitely tried to in the field.
No, they young, keen, want to make a name for themselves, and have been throwing themselves around in the field, quite rightly. Well, Blatherwick's 2 for 33. They do look good. Ben Gibbons just had his figures rearranged slightly. I think his first 9 overs went for 419 or something, and it'll be interesting to see how he bounces back now. Oh, how about that for a bounce back? Absolute cracker from Gibbon. And Mitchell's innings comes to an end. Round the wicket, plays round it, clips the top of off, clean bowls him. Absolute beauty.
What a delivery that was. To get a test player that's driving, who's already on 58, who's going nicely, driving, hits the top of off stump. That's the first time he came round the wicket as well. Changed the angle, made it difficult. Cracking delivery, that one.
It really, really was. And we've just got the replay in front of us now. And he brought it back a long way. Doesn't over-celebrate, I have to say. Just very cool about it. Yeah, I've just got out Darryl Phillips. That's fine. I'll just wander back now.
Very, very casual
Darryl Mitchell, sorry. Yeah, but brilliant. But good innings from Mitchell. 58. Set his team up. But New Zealand still 154 for 5. The select counties 11 will be really pleased with the way that every time it looks as if New Zealand are going to get away from them, they've picked up crucial wickets.
Absolutely. They've picked up wickets at actually at key times, that broken partnerships. I felt there that, Mitchell going well, faced 110 deliveries, on 58 not out. You thought, well, he's set. There's no way he's getting out, but it's just had a cracking delivery, as you see here on the replay again. Deserves another replay. Fantastic delivery by Gibbon, and it's broken the partnership again. So New Zealand, once again, having to rebuild.
Yeah, that really did hoop back. He got terrific movement. And second wicket for him. Now, his best... This isn't a first-class match, sadly, but his best figures are 2 for 94. So he's on on course to better that. But because we're going to see more than 11 New Zealanders play in this match at some stage or other, it means it won't have first-class status. You feel a bit on the average front for these guys, but what an opportunity. And Gibbon now bowling to a left-hander, and Bracewell, Michael Bracewell, has come out to join Colin de Grandhomme. Keeps wicket a bit as well, Bracewell. Hasn't played a test match as yet, 3 ODIs.
Probably the least experienced New Zealand player in this side today, so has to settle in here. 5 down under a little bit of pressure.
Absolutely. In first class cricket though, he does have 11 hundreds. Average is over 33, so he's 31 years old. So playing in that tough New Zealand domestic game, as George was outlining to us for those of you who were watching earlier. There seems to be an extra bounce and zip now about the bowler after that wicket, and why not? Ben Gibbon, who'd bowled a pretty dreadful first over back after his spell, he then removes the top scorer and is now putting the ball pretty much on the money again.
Yeah, I think this is the challenge for these bowlers. As we've said before, across the day, when you get your line or length wrong, you go. But you also get rewarded on this pitch if you do hit the right areas.
And so far, Bracewell is treating, quite rightly, Gibbon with a degree of respect. There's also a third slip in.
Yeah, they've gone a little bit more aggressive, just adding that third slip in, trying to break the back end of this middle order for New Zealand to make it more challenging.
Dabbed out into the offside. There won't be a run. But what a good over that was. A wicket maiden for Gibbon after seeing successive 4s and no balls in the previous over. That shows real character to bounce back and bowl like that.
Absolutely, and at such a young age, if you can bowl that over and then mentally come back and bowl wicket maiden, I think the coaches will be taking note there. That's a brilliant response by Gibbon, and he should be very pleased with himself there.
Yeah, we were just seeing his figures there, and he's bowled 5 maidens as well. He's taken a couple of wickets. It's a really good day's work as far as he's concerned, and well done the selectors for spotting him on the back of just 2 matches. But it will be the left arm spin that will take over of Liam Patterson-White, one of a couple of Nottinghamshire players in this team.
Yeah, we've had a lot of seamers here at Chelmsford so far today, so it's nice to slow the game down and see a little bit of spin.
I couldn't agree more. Do like to see a tweak occasionally.
Just gives us a bit of variety as well, guys.
Exactly. Yeah, there's another delivery at 80 miles an hour. Pretty good to round off stump. So now we have Liam Patterson-White, who's not doing that, so that's jolly good. 155 for 5. Bracewell yet to get off the mark. He'll be facing.
That's the area he wants to bowl. That's a really nice delivery there. He's got protection at deep square as well, so he can afford to bowl a little bit straighter.
Yeah, he gives that first over he bowled, understandably, bowled fairly flat. He's given the ball a little more air. That can cost you periodically, and indeed just has, as that ball has been bullied through mid-off for 4.
I was going to say, this is a very aggressive field set, because we've got a slip in as well, but we've pretty much got a ring field with only one man on the fence. So it's going to be brave bowling. If he does toss it up, he is at risk of getting hit down the ground like that, powerfully down the ground like that.
In again, and there's no immediate change of field. So when you've got 5 wickets and the opposition are only 159, then you can afford to attack. So there will be the occasional one.
This is the time to be aggressive, definitely.
Patterson-White again just gives that one a little bit of air.
He's mixing up his pace quite nicely here, actually. He's bowling a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker, and then the odd one is just giving a bit more air. It was unlucky to be driven because I think he is mixing up his pace quite well.
Yeah, there are spinners who don't mind people driving occasionally because the ball does a little bit. But not a bad over. Yes, there was an excellent shot from Bracewell, which should be celebrated, but I think Patterson-White will be pretty pleased with his overs work.
Yeah, I think he won't be too worried, as you said, about that ball that he got driven for 4, because the batter is still looking to be aggressive, and as a spin bowler, you're thinking, well, I'm in the game. He's not just looking to defend me. You're in the game with somebody who's looking to be a bit more aggressive at you.
So Gibbon will continue. Oh, and he beats the batsman beautifully. What a lovely delivery that was. Bracewell squared up and beaten.
Yeah, lovely delivery there.
With that late flourish. I meant to take the bat away, really. But no, Gibbon really has bounced back very well from a iffy opening over in this latest spell to be bowling absolutely beautifully now.
And that's exactly what we want from any fast bowler. Is there any young fast bowlers listening? Sometimes you have an over you're not happy with, but you know there's always a next over. Whereas as a batter, sometimes you only get one chance, don't you?
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. And yes, you make the one mistake, you've gone.
Yeah, he's bounced back very well here. He can just keep hitting that area. He's getting some full shots being played here.
I think Dom Sibley's captained the team pretty well on the whole today as well. Thrown into that role. Flicked around the corner, not middled, but off them. Certainly keeps the scoreboard going as there's another single on the board.
I think Grondom is going to be the wicket that they're going to want to get maybe just before the next break. So he's the aggressive man. He's the one that can possibly take the game away very quickly. We know those types of batters in the England team. I'd say Ben Stokes is that type of batter. You know, aggressive, goes for their shots, and can change the scoreboard very fast.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow, if he's on form, is another who can fit that description. And that one's left outside of stump. There will be no run.
Absolutely, he had a very good Ashes tour actually. In light of what was a very poor Ashes series for England, he would be probably the standout player.
Yeah,
in my eyes. Do you think he will be in at number 4 or 5 this test?
I think he's got a good chance because, again, you look around and say, who else? I'm looking forward to seeing Compton in this match because he has staked an outside claim. Milan might be there or thereabouts. No, it is going to be interesting. I think Bairstow will definitely play, but I would like to keep probably Foster keeping wicket. Not Foster keeping wicket. Ben. No. Ben Folkes.
Ben Folkes. I think we should ask to join the selection committee.
No, I like having proper wicket keepers rather than batsmen who keep a bit.
You make an interesting point because obviously James Foster was here at Essex for a long time. Didn't play a huge amount of games for England, but did play for England, but fantastic wicketkeeper.
A brilliant wicketkeeper. No, he played on the Ashes tour of 2001-2 or 2-3, whichever one it was. 2-3. I remember, yes, because there was Steve Waugh edged the ball, but the England fans on the final day were making so much noise that England didn't actually appeal for the caught behind. And Foster had only just come into the England team. You could see him going, but didn't he hit it? And then, no, he didn't. So he didn't appeal, poor lad. But he was a wonderful wicket-keeper for so many years for England, for Essex. And I just feel sometimes that role is a little bit undermined, and you can save an enormous amount of runs if you're good enough to catch people out.
Yeah, for sure. And I think stumpings and just being tidy, it's almost like a good goalkeeper in football. There's somebody you don't really notice when they're having a good game. But yeah, I mean, sometimes I feel too, as you do, Guy, that it's an undervalued role, really.
Definitely, particularly to spinners. And we have a spinner with us at the moment who's bowling very nicely, Liam Patterson-White. And Michael Burgess, the Warwickshire wicket-keeper, keeping nicely. And indeed, I was glad to see him standing up to the medium pacer earlier on today to stop the batsman getting too far down the wicket to the bowler, just keeping him honest.
Yeah, that was pleasing to see, because it was when Young was in and he was starting to advance down the track and throw the bowlers off his length. He grabbed his helmet, he was straight up to standing up, which was good to see.
Flicked around the corner, no run. And it's getting a pleasing rhythm to it now, the cricket in. The sun's out, there's a spinner on.
It's almost a perfect afternoon.
Indeed, forward defensives are being shown in true textbook fashion. And that over comes to a close, and Patterson-White's first 3 overs have cost just 8 runs. Fraction over 52 miles an hour. He's bowling. Glad we got the speedometer up on the screen as well today. And the score, 163 for 5.
I think this is the first time there's been a first-class select 11 play, Guy, so wonderful initiative.
Yeah, I was wondering who selected it, and I've just seen James Taylor walk past the commentary box, who of course was part of the selection process.
We didn't have a chance to ask him, unfortunately.
No, so I just suddenly realised who it was out of the window while we were having to chunter away. I'm just wondering if he's gone into the press box.
He was just wondering what that expert knowledge, where it was coming from.
No, doesn't know quite. He was looking for somewhere, but not us.
That's a shame.
The ball is no run.
I can't think why he wouldn't want our opinion, Guy.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, isn't it? Can't help some people. Gibbon is in again, and it's played down in front of him. There is no run.
Yeah, I'm liking this angle change from Gibbon. You know, that over that didn't go well. He's changed it up to the right-hander. He's trying to come round and, as I said before, change the angle, make it a little bit more challenging. Just makes the batter think, doesn't it? You know, if you're bowling in the same angle as a bowler, you're bowling the same angle of the crease all the time. We see it with Mark Wood. He sometimes jumps wide of the crease to change the angle, just do something a bit different.
Certainly worked so far from Gibbon. That is played in a controlled manner, backward of square. Won't run all the way to the boundary, but they're through for a comfortable 2. And Grandholm, without really appearing to go madly on the attack, has moved briskly now up to 24.
He's had spells where he's really gone for it, and then spells where he's just contained himself again. So he's playing a bit of both at the moment.
Yeah, which I think you have to do on this wicket. If there is a bad ball, for sure, hit it, but you can't take too many liberties with it. As Gibbon is in again, and that is down the leg side, and Burgess takes a flying leap to his the leg side and manages to ensure that there aren't a bucket load of byes. Lovely stop.
That was a great take on the leg side, wasn't it? Almost like Spider-Man going down there. Flying across the turf.
No, that really was impressive. I was desperately trying to think of a Spider-Man gag and failing miserably, so I'll just go back now.
That's your homework for tonight.
Yeah, it is. Superhero references in the cricket tomorrow. And that is pitched up. Dug out, no run.
But containing here, Gibbon. He's not giving too many, apart from that obviously loose delivery down leg side. He's been pretty on it for the last couple of overs. Made it difficult to score against him, and that's building that pressure that he'll want to build. You know, 5 down, as we've said before. This is a real turning point here.
Yeah, I would genuinely like to talk about what the selection criterion was, because it's worked pretty well, whatever it was for this England Select Counties 11. And from players with Ben Gibbon's limited experience, 2 first-class games, to Dom Sibley's 11 Test matches, and it's really 22 Test matches. Sorry, really interesting side that has been put out, and they're playing really, really well against the world's #1 Test team.
Yeah, so as I was reading through, doing my research earlier in the week, it was interesting to see how many young players there are in this side. Pretty much everyone is 23. There are some young players, and then, as you said, possibly they've thrown in some experience as well, just to help them along the way.
No, you're absolutely right. And even those who are a little bit older, I was surprised that Ben Compton, 28, he's only played 16 first-class matches. He's come into the game later on explosively this year, and I'm really looking forward to seeing him bat. But yes, they've gone on potential, I feel, was the watchword here for a lot of these players to get a go.
And then this experience on top of it, when you've not played huge amounts of cricket, and if you take a couple of wickets, if we take Gibbon as an example of that, he'll bring that into his first-class cricket this summer, and that confidence that you can get some Test players out. You know, that does stand you in good stead.
Patterson White, left arm round. And he's varying his speeds from around the 50 mile an hour to the late 50s. Just doesn't appear to be a huge amount of turn as yet. And he does bowl quite, not quite flat, but he bowls pretty quickly without necessarily giving it too much loop on occasion.
Yeah, he darted that one in half an appeal. I mean, very timid appeal on that one.
Yes, I think quite rightly. Use of feet from de Grandhomme. And he plays it up to mid-off, and there is no run. There's 1 run. So it will be Bracewell, the left-hander, to face the left-arm spinner, left arm over. And a very correct looking forward defensive in the end of that over. I think that may be tea. It is tea. And we have 34 overs remaining, so slightly behind the speed on that one. There were just 27 overs in that session. And we had a spinner as well, but a pretty good one for the England Counties Select 11. Taken 3 wickets, and the score is 167 now for 5. De Grandhomme 25 not out, Bracewell 6 not out. We saw a decent half-century from Daryl Mitchell, but he was undone with an excellent delivery from Ben Gibbon. So, your thoughts on the session, Kath?
I think we're in the balance here. As you can see, the scorecards come up. They've had 2 players who've got a start in Young and Mitchell, and Mitchell obviously went on and got over a half-century, but the next session will be probably crucial for this New Zealand innings to see if de Grandhomme can actually, take his start and go a little bit further. But I think the county select side here will be actually pretty pleased.
And so they should. 2 wickets for Gibbon, 2 wickets for Blatherwick, both of whom have impressed young men. looking to forge their way in this game, and New Zealand will resume after tea on 167 for 5 as the bowling figures just come up, and we see Jamie Porter. It's so difficult to get away. The run rate of less than 2 and over he was conceding. Gibbon, who had one expensive over, 2 for 38. Blatherwick, 2 for 33. James has bowled well on occasion and picked up that 1 wicket. Bamber just called up late. No wicket for 18, and just the spin before tea from Patterson White. But yeah, and in I think all of those young men can hold their heads up pretty high.
Yes, definitely. I think, as you can see, Porter, with that low run rate, he's done unbelievably well to go at under 2, and been very unfortunate not to pick up a wicket. So be interested to see if he comes on after the break and maybe makes the breakthrough.
Well, join us. We'll be back with commentary for the final session of day 1 of this match between the County Select 11 and New Zealand. Join us again, 15 minutes or so.
First day at the county ground. We have the county 11 versus the Black Caps. Fantastic first day, a great warm-up match we've got on our hands. At the crease, Michael Bracewell, 6 off 21 deliveries, and Colin de Gronholm starting to get rolling, 25 from 46. It's been an exciting day, 5 wickets. The match is moving forward in New Zealand, 167 after batting first. I get the sense we're in for an exciting end to day one. Kathy, it's been great having you along here for the day. It's only about to get better.
Absolutely. Let's hope so. As you said, I think this is going to be an interesting passage of play here. You know, the last session with Porter coming back on. One of the pick of the bowlers so far today. And I hear you went out onto the pitch. How was it?
Yeah, went out and checked out the surface. What a start. Tremendous first ball. Porter straight back into the mix, and I'll tell you what, he is bowling straight downwind. It's turned around and it's coming right over his left shoulder, so after bowling at this end and slightly into it, he'll be excited to get the chance to have the wind behind him, and the first ball certainly showed that.
It certainly did, and squared up to Grondon there early on in his spell, so this could be an exciting contest.
But yes, had a quick look at the deck, the tea break, and a few little footmarks starting to awry, which will excite the spinners, none more so than Ajaz Patel, the left arm over the wicket to a few lefties, so down the far end.
How did you manage to get out there, George? No people in high places, I'm guessing.
Well, this is a international broadcast. This is the big time. So
I fear they may have taken me and Guy out if we were to enter the pitch.
I think the coverage is going so far and wide that they had no worries letting us out there. But yeah, the pitch is looking good. It's holding up well. Talking to the ground staff, and they were all very pleased with it. It's offering enough for bat and ball throughout the morning, so that's good. And fun fact, this pitch was laid back in 1992.
The year I was born, funnily enough.
The year you were born. And then the pitch you played on the other night, 3 pitches over there, it's 100 years old.
Wow.
The surface, so they haven't changed that for a while.
You'll be a tour guide here soon, George.
Oh, I love Chelmsford, yeah. Bracewell settling on back in after the tea break.
Yeah, Porter's looked busy here. Has got a lot of energy after the tea break, as we said. As you said there, George, with the wind behind him, that can always help a fast bowler. Get their tail up.
Certainly would. Certainly would. There was a little bit of lateral movement early for the bowlers. Can they squeeze some out late in the day? They would dearly love an early wicket or two here to halt the runs.
Any predictions? What would be a good score, do you reckon, on this pitch, George?
Well, I'm predicting that there's going to be a lot of spin bowled at the river end, which is our end, close to us, with the wind coming straight at us, and if these batsmen settle, no ground in world cricket's big enough for them. So I'm going to predict some fireworks. And the great thing is this game's moving forward at pace. I love it when 4-day or test cricket keeps on moving. As the first over after tea break comes to an end at 168 for 5. I love it when the game gets moving, and it's whether or not, if these two can spend an hour at the crease, we're in for a very fun afternoon. And then you're looking at scores of 300, but anything in the late 2s, low 3s is pretty solid. And then I just think it's going to get easier to bat on, comfortably easier as the afternoon progresses. So I've got a funny feeling that we in this commentary box could be in for a catch.
Are your hands ready? I reckon Guy would make a good third slip as well.
Great to see spin continuing after the break.
He bowled very well. Just before the break, he was containing them, bowling, mixing up his pace. As we can see here with the speeds coming out. But yeah, mixed up his pace. Trying to just contain the batters at this stage.
Bit of bounce. He'll be looking to use the wind. Get some dip, some bounce.
And still aggressive with that first slip still in. Still looking to be on the attack. Obviously, New Zealand 5 down at the moment. 6th wicket here would put the pressure on.
Easy single to the sweeper, but the mid-on and mid-off have crept ever so slightly to a 3/4 position downwind. Trying to tease him into it.
Yeah, and just before the break, there weren't that many sweepers. He had more of a ring field. But now he's obviously put a few people out on the scout.
Yeah, I think he's realising that he needs to restrict and be very careful, because at the end of the day, runs can flow. So if they can pin these two down, shot, 6 of them. We felt it, and now we've seen it.
And our hands weren't ready to catch that one. That was a cracking shot. What a lovely shot, that full flow of the bat into the stands. Hopefully someone out there in the stands caught that. I'm not sure they moved quickly enough, unfortunately. A wry smile from the bowler as well.
Big Bracewell. He's a sizable unit, big mitts, big arms. And once they connect, it really does fly. Settles back in. We mentioned earlier, retired in the first warm-up game, 51. So he'll be enjoying his time out in the crease wearing the silver fern, a new addition to the Black Caps, and a well-deserving one. He's had a great domestic competition over the last few years. So it's nice to see him rewarded, and very interested to see how another Bracewell's career plays out.
Yeah, and he's not young, is he? So he'll obviously be trying to seize this opportunity while he gets it. And then with a very strong batting side New Zealand have, it might be difficult for him to break in, but he's started well here.
Loves all 3 formats as well, as Porter beats the outside edge. The local lad. Give him a wicket.
And you're right, obviously talking to the groundsman there, George, there's been a bit in it for both batters and for the bowlers as well. And that's what's made it an exciting contest here on the first day at Chelmsford. It's toed and froed all day, not knowing quite who's on top, really, throughout the whole day. So, once again, you see that delivery there from Porter was cracking.
Short. Runs saved. De Gronholm enjoying freeing the arms ever so slightly.
Yeah, just a little bit too short, too wide there from Porter, and should have been punished, to be honest with you, to the boundary, but a good stop in the ring again. Some good fielding. We've seen that all day today. Some really, really good bits of fielding.
Question for you. The tea break's just been. What would be your food of choice at the tea break?
Unfortunately, there wasn't any choice, George. A good cup of coffee and a bit of cake wouldn't go amiss.
Matt Henry was saying yesterday he loves a good old-fashioned scone, whipped cream and jam. Some pretty rogue ones out there as well, with Cam Fletcher wanting chili con carne on rice.
Okay, question. What goes first, the cream or the jam? on a scone?
Oh, it's a tough question. That is a tough question. Good leave from Colin.
We may lose some listeners depending on your answer here,
I
George.
almost need to leave this question leave it through to the keeper. But I would probably go cream. Just for colour purposes, and looks wise, I think presentation wise.
See, I would go jam.
I think logistically and jam does make sense going first, but I think visually, the jam would go missing.
So you're all about the aesthetics rather than...
Wow, that's right. If you're serving up a 5-star dish.
I wouldn't mind a scone now, actually. If anyone's in the ground and listening and has a few scones going to miss, send them up to the press box, please.
Short one. Way too short. It'll be given wide and 5 of them. 2 metre Peter would not have stopped that if he was keeping.
Oh, obviously he's tried the short ball there, Porter, and a wry smile from him as well. That one didn't quite go to plan, did it?
Love the aggression, but it just stuck in the hand and then the wicket as well. Hasn't been a huge amount of short balls at the badge today.
No, not a huge amount of short pitch bowling at all.
Well fielded. He needed every millimetre to get that one. That's 2 deliveries now where Colin will feel like he may have missed out on a boundary chance.
Yeah, once again, a great bit of fielding there at backward point. Saving runs, saved 2 boundaries actually off Porter here, so he needs to find his line, needs to find his rhythm again.
Lovely cricket all round. A good over, an interesting over. 182 for 5. Patterson White to continue. I feel like he's about the average age of this county 11 at 23. A lot of them around there from Nottinghamshire. As this wicket dries up, his revolutions might come into play. Bowling reasonably flat into the pad of Colin de Gronholm.
And it looks like they're just trying to punch him back down the ground. Just pick up some easy singles. Obviously that one just straying into the leg side. Difficult to get away. But he's still aggressive with a slip in play.
Yeah. Easy singles there. The New Zealanders will not mind that. If they can keep doing that, slowly bring the fielders up, then they'll free the arms. But long on will drop right back for Bracewell after what we saw in the last over. Ooh. Just ticking it over.
Yeah, almost went to short mid-wicket there. But he's obviously these two with mid-on and mid-off back on the fence. It's just an easy single to just punch down the ground and keep the ball ticking over for these New Zealand batters.
Just slid one on. Lovely arm ball.
And as you said there, George, he's mixing up his pace. He's bowled an arm ball. He's trying to change up and make some variations, make something happen, rather than just getting punched down the ground for one.
Colin negating the good challenge from Liam Patterson White. 185 for 5.
I'm just wondering when he's going to go, because as we know with him, he likes to be the aggressive batter. From what I've seen of him in Test cricket, do you think he's going to keep this temperament, or is it not going to be too long till we see those fireworks?
I think he's well aware that if he gives himself half an hour, he could have a lot of fun this evening. He needs to grind out for a little bit longer, and then the runs will flow. The bowlers might just fatigue a little bit. But if these two bat together for a good hour or so, you can be knocking on that 250 number.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what Test cricket's about. It's having that patience at the right times, and then knowing when to attack at the right times as well.
Couldn't agree more. It's like when you do all the hard work at the top, and then the average bowlers come on and you get out just before it, and you just, it's an awful feeling.
And then you have to watch them from the pavilion thinking, why am I not still out there?
Yeah.
I'm guessing you've been there too, George.
Yeah, there's a lot of average bowling in social cricket. Unlike that one from Porter, whizzing it off a length.
Do you contribute to this average bowling, or are you at the receiving end?
Traditionally on barking orders. In my young days, I had the gloves on as a keeper, but then the lazier I got, I just moved into second slip, so I didn't have to bend down as often. And once I knew my keeping career was over when, by lunchtime, keeping to Lockie Ferguson, I had 22 byes to my name. 150k missiles coming at me, and I didn't get a finger on one of them.
That's certainly the time to move out of being a keeper, isn't it?
Well, I might add, it wasn't completely my fault that I didn't get a finger on them. This was a young Lockie Ferguson.
Oh yes.
On a green seamer. But no, it was my wonky fingers tell a story, and one that I don't want to revisit. Coming round the wicket now, changing it up to Bracewell, who tucks one away nicely. Continues on his merry way. 16 from 33.
Any dislocations or?
Oh yeah. I think I've broken every finger bar one. So
you do see those wicket keepers, the retired ones, where none of their fingers are actually straight anymore, which is
it's either the cricket ball's too hard or our technique is horrific, and it's probably the latter. De Gronholm to face up. Very good line, attacking the stumps, asking questions of the man they call Dutchie.
And why is that? Do you know?
He's got quite a few nicknames, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely, and Porter's got a short mid-wicket in there as well, just in case anything is mistimed while he's trying to attack those stumps and bowl fraction straighter.
End of the over. 186 for 5. I get the sense that the fans out there, the punters, should enjoy the sunshine while it's here. A little bit of cloud cover to come.
Many of them very sensibly wearing hats. I feel like this crowd has seen it all before. We've seen some interesting bobble hats as well today, George.
I think it's trend setting. Chelmsford trendsetters. Patterson White really looking to set up shop at this end. He's bought the overnight bag, and he just wants to keep bowling and bowling. Long on's back, long off is a 3/4. And that's through everyone. Glorious cover drive. Michael Bracewell.
Oh, what a lovely shot this is. Just leans into it, gets a good enough stride. outside off stump, frees his hands, and that just races away for 4. Cracking shot.
Yeah, he picked the width nice and early and he just freed it up. They'll just go about their business, play out the good balls, and then when you hit it that hard, it's hard to catch if it's aerial.
There's a smell of sun cream now in this con box.
Yeah, I don't know where Guy's going, but no thanks, I'm fine. SPF 30.
Shows you how the weather's changed since this morning. We had blustery winds, and now we've got blazing sunshine.
Guy, I just was wondering, as you apply that sunscreen, you've got a full-length jersey on, you've got trousers on. Where did you put that sunscreen?
Okay, the face. I could just feel it going. I'm next to the open window, and while it isn't terribly hot, I have very, very English skin.
What about the top of the melon? Are we?
No, the hat will go on top of, as there is nearly as much skin showing on the top of my head as on the front of it.
Oh, it's a great issue to have here in Chelmsford. A great issue to have. As de Gronholm sets himself and patiently defends to round out the over.
Yeah, he's playing very well here. He just looks comfortable to Grondon. Doesn't look like anything's causing him too many problems. Just there playing the defence shot, quite a big stride, smothering the spin. Though we haven't seen a huge amount of spin on this pitch just yet. So with 29 off 67, I think, as you said, George, earlier, I think he's just playing it sensibly at the moment and hopefully excite this crowd later on this afternoon.
Yeah, I just think Patterson wide, if he wants to get a bit more turn, he needs to slow it down. It's very difficult to do when you're bowling into the wind, 2 big batsmen on strike. It is hard, it takes nerve to slow it down and give it flight, but that's how you're going to produce the movement off this deck. So hopefully he can float a couple up there and tempt these boys into a big one.
Yeah, just try and get a bit more revs on the ball. Maybe a bit more drift, use the wind to his advantage as he goes along.
Pick of the bowlers of the morning. Blatherwick coming back into the attack. He had a great day out this morning and he claimed some very good scalps. Will Young on 46, and then he got Conway LBW. 2 big names to put on the CV. LBW for just 4. You'd certainly take that against Evan Conway. Great start, and Kathy, he'll be loving coming downwind.
Yeah, absolutely. As a fast bowler, you want to use that wind to your advantage. As I said before, he's got a very Markwood looking finish to his action, and first ball at 79, so he'll be hoping that his pace will increase as he goes, but he looks like he gives it everything when he's bowling. There's nothing left in the energy tank. Every ball he's giving 100% here.
Pretty stock standard field for Bracewell. And a pretty stock standard leave. Settling into a spell nicely here. Bracewell leaving on length though. Just needs to pitch it up half a fraction to entice the big left-hander.
Yeah, he's just trying to hit that area, as we've been saying all game. There is reward out there if you do hit your area, you do hit your length well, and you're persistent. I think that's the key. if there's a few loose deliveries in and over, pressure's off, isn't it? So it's about maintaining that length, maintaining that area, and he's done that very well so far today.
Dropping the deep square back midway through the over. Trying to play some mind games.
Maybe a double bluff here.
Yeah, this will be top of off. Oh, he's not. He'll give him a single. Need to get it up higher if you're going to threaten. Need to hit that badge.
Yeah, that's the cat and mouse of Test cricket. Do you put somebody out, double bluff them, and then go for top of off? But that wasn't quite short enough. It was just too easy to pick off.
Run rate cruising along at 3 and over.
Yeah, I think they need to build some pressure here. Build some dot balls. Put it back on the batters.
I think we can, if things keep trending, I think we can see New Zealand getting pretty close, if not surpassing that 300 mark here on day one.
Yeah, it's looking like they're just comfortable at the moment. They look at ease, which as a bowling side is not what you want. You want to put pressure back on. Obviously, we've got 2 slips in at the moment. So they are there if there is a chance, but they look settled, don't they?
Bletherwick trying to get every ounce out of this pitch. End of another good over. 192 for 5.
And that was a cracking over. And I think what we saw this morning at the First Class Counties Select 11 did very well was bowling partnerships. If someone's bowling well at one end, somebody else was also collecting those dots at the other. And if you've got one person who's doing well but the other person's leaking runs, then that pressure's off, isn't it? So the batters are going to target the one that's not bowling so well. So you need to have pressure on both ends to create chances. And if they get half a chance here, they have to take it because this partnership is building nicely for New Zealand.
Got him! What a delivery. Patterson White brings Bracewell out and breaks this partnership we were just mentioning was so good.
Fantastic bit of bowling. Really good bit of bowling. He just kept his line, kept his length, and he's just run past that. It's an interesting decision to come down the wicket there. I'm not sure why he's done that. I don't think he needed to do that necessarily at this stage, New Zealand, but he's taken a risk and it's not paid off.
Certainly a bit of premeditation in that. He has come flying towards the bowler. And it's just turned out of those foot marks. We talked about them in the innings break. And it's hit that foot mark and ragged back into the top of middle pin. Patterson White rewarded. Bracewell goes. Very agricultural. To the crease now. Another wicket-keeper batsman. Come all the way from Grafton in Auckland to play a lot of domestic cricket for the Canterbury Wizards. Cameron Fletcher. It's his first tour with the Black Caps. He'll be loving this opportunity. Just when we were mentioning things were looking settled in cruise control, the breakthrough comes yet again. It's a consistent flow of wickets throughout the day.
I think now de Grondom's going to have to maybe not play as attacking as he might like to do, but just keep settled, keep knocking it around, build another partnership that will be difficult to break because, as we said, I was dead cert that they were settled there, but a crucial wicket really to change the flow of the game again.
First ball, and he'll get off the mark. Great to see. But yeah, if we look through, 1 for 15, 2 for 24, 3 for 91, 4 for 117, 5 for 154 and then 6 for 192. So no partnership has stood the test of time. The County 11 have done enough to keep knocking on the door.
Absolutely. And as we've said, just breaking the back of any partnership that's started, and that's what's been so difficult for New Zealand. Perhaps that's why they haven't been as aggressive as they'd like to be.
Well, there's some aggression. Doesn't matter what time of day, doesn't know what scenario. Colin de Gromholm will go bang. Half a dozen.
That's a great shot, to be fair, under pressure. You've seen your batting partner do the same and get stumped, but you still got the confidence to go down and do that. So fair play, fantastic shot.
Yeah, sometimes I need to check Colin's Fitbit because his heart rate is almost non-existent. Shot. Using the pace, squeezing one, backward point, it'll run away. Up the slope for 4.
Yeah, just taking the aggressive role, which I thought maybe he wouldn't do at this stage, but obviously he's not listening to me and I have no idea what I'm talking about. So
no, I think you're only fair to think that, but Colin de Gromholm has many other ideas. A great little shot, squeezing one out. Oh, that's a good shout. And he's got him. What an interesting over we've got on our hands. Patterson White snags 2 in the over.
What a great bit of bowling that is. Caught him on the back leg. Bit quicker, bit flatter. And as I said, it was interesting that he was going aggressive at this stage. We thought, no, this is a rebuild phase for New Zealand. But he kept being aggressive and Patterson White kept his cool there really well and managed to take a second wicket.
You'll just see here, he squeezed that arm ball through, it skidded on, no spin, and it's trapped him. Look at that, right on the back pad. You can't get more out than that. Sorry, Colin. But my, oh my, that is a coach killer. It really is. Bracewell at the start of the over, and Colin had done all the hard work leading into that ball, but wow, what a moment in this match. 2 wickets in the over, all of a sudden, New Zealand 7 down.
And that's how quickly, 4-day cricket, test match cricket can change. 1 minute you're thinking New Zealand are settled here, they've got 2 in-batters, they're cruising, they're knocking ones to the boundary riders, then suddenly 2 quick wickets, and the tide has changed. They're 7 down now, and I think it's swinging in the favour of the county select side.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. If you offered this county side 203 for 7 at any stage, you'd take that. What an interesting little passage after tea. I'm not sure what scones the Kiwis were having, but they might have been a little bit off. Now, this is a really, really big opportunity for Blatherwick to steam in and get even further on top of this Kiwi lineup. Cam Fletcher, brand spanking new to the crease, with his good friend KJ Killer Jameson now at the non-strikers. Another single, and he'll always push for 2, Cam. He's a real competitor. Loves grinding out hard runs. He's a perfect player for this scenario. A real grafter, which has earned him a call up into the squad. Just suits the game, suits the long format of the game.
And as a fast bowler, this is exactly the time you want to bowl. 2 quick wickets at the other end, as I said about partnerships. And these 2 have been bowling in partnerships, so fast bowlers on, 2 fresh batters at the crease. Anything's possible here.
I don't want to harp on and sound like a broken record, but where's my gully? Where's my 4th slip? Get into them. There we go. Giving big Kyle Jamieson a taste of his own, but this is an invitational team. I don't want to see a cover in there. Load up that slip cordon. Get in the new batsman's head.
Couldn't agree more. aggressive fast ball. I'm sure he's been trying to tell the captain, come on now. I need a gully in place here. But yeah, great short ball to start with. And it had to be short enough because Jameson is incredibly tall there at the crease.
Oh, yeah. He loves his batting, KJ. Always working hard on it. Squeezing out a couple of leg byes. 4 of them, in fact. What's going on down there? Vital runs all of a sudden.
Yeah, just the wrong line there. With 3 slips in place, you've got to hit outside off stump. Unless you're going to be bowling an aggressive bumper. You don't want to be leaking away any easy runs at this stage. When the pressure's on New Zealand, you don't want to give them anything.
I almost don't even want a square leg. I want my mid on to come a bit wider into a shortish mid wicket, and I want 4 slips in a gully. I don't think that's too much to ask.
It's a true wicketkeeper talking here.
A very annoying vice captain I was.
There's enough vices in there.
Defending well, standing tall against Blatherwick.
Yeah, he'll be looking to settle in here, and he faced 4 deliveries, Jameson. He'll be just looking to guide it and potentially do the rebuilding role that should have possibly been done before him, but he's got opportunity to have time at the crease, which is what's so crucial for these New Zealand players.
Nasty fasty. A good bouncer, and as you mentioned, that's right, this is vital match day practice, match day scenarios which they may face when they come up against the English. .208 for 7 wickets. We've had an intriguing hour's play since the tea break. There's been a flow of runs, but then a stampede of wickets, which has balanced this game out, and if anything, is in the favour of this invitational 11. Guy, welcome back into the hot seat. An exciting time for you to jump on in.
I loved the last over from Patterson White. Started and finished with a wicket, went for 6 and 4 in the middle. It's just what you want, the battle between a decent spinner and a decent batsman, and the spinner in the end winning that particular battle. But yeah, I was going to ask, are there times when perhaps the attacking intent that is instilled in the New Zealand team can go a wee bit far? Because there have been a couple of times when probably just, right, let's just dampen everything down, take the heat out of the situation, rebuild and look to attack in a bit. Instead, pedal's been down, and well, we're in an interesting position now.
Yeah, there's certainly been many an occasion where wickets like that have been lost, and in important scenarios. I agree, sometimes you've got to put the gun in the holster.
Nice, stealing that.
But the likes of your Colin de Gronholms are sometimes unaware of how to do so.
Yeah, and you've just smashed the guy for a 6 and a 4. You're thinking you've got him sussed. But good bowling from the spinner, who shows exactly that patience that your spinner needs, that if you're going to get hit, every spinner knows they are going to get hit, and it's just how you react to that, and I thought he reacted superbly.
He sure did, and he's followed it up with a lovely little maiden as he pins back Cam Fletcher.
Yeah, 2 for 36 from his 9, so yeah, he's going for 4 and over. But when you've got the 2 at the end of your column, then that's not too shabby. And I'm also enjoying watching Blatherwick bowl as well today. He looks as if he does have something about him.
We certainly are being treated to an enjoyable day's cricket on day 1 here in Chelmsford.
They go for a quick single, and the mid-off took a bit of a tumble as he was shaping to shy at the stumps. And that could have been quite close, but Jameson does get off the mark in the end. Now, I was listening to you saying how you'd like a 4th slip, a gully, leg slip, everything else. But Dom Sibley is captaining the team, probably the least exciting batsman in the English game at the moment. Very solid and very good, but I don't think he's a 4th slip gully captain at this stage of the afternoon.
Yeah, I'll need to ensure I stay clear of him at the post-match. But all in all, you can't argue with what he's doing if he's got the New Zealand cricket team 7 down.
No, I think he's rotated the bowlers very well. He's been spending a bit of time, of course, himself back in county cricket after losing his England spot. And he's obviously kept an eye on who's been doing what. Well, most of them. When you think that there are guys playing like Ben Gibbon, who's only ever played 2 first-class games, he won't come across everybody except in the nets, but certainly come across 1 or 2. Blatherwick is bowled with pace and hostility throughout, and look to keep the New Zealanders on the back foot. I think that should go all the way through for 4. It does go all the way through for 4. Just dabbed down very safely by Fletcher. Clever little shot all along the ground. And if there'd been a 4th slip or a gully there, they'd have probably cut it off, I think, as well. So run-saving position.
Ah, you said it.
Yep.
You said it.
Yeah, absolutely right. Not just there for the catches.
Came a little bit wider on the crease there, which I quite like. I love it when a bowler shows variety at the start of the crease. Tim Southey, famous for it.
Yeah, again, we were absolutely, and a master at it as well. And Mark Wood also uses the crease very well as well, as far as the English batsmen bowlers are concerned.
He uses the whole pitch well, spends half the time on his tummy.
He does. Well, don't want to waste any effort, do you?
No, I like seeing it. I love seeing it.
Now, when you meet Mark, who is not the world's biggest man and quite slight, and the fact that he is bowling 95 miles an hour plus, 150 k's plus, you realise just how much he has to throw of himself into that delivery stride to get to that kind of speed. Blatherwick is a bigger man than Mark Wood, but is still pretty sharp. Now that is turned around the corner and they will get a single.
Yeah, he looks reasonably athletic. Looks like a big enough fellow to put some weight behind the ball.
Just straight onto middle and leg for that final ball, which he didn't look best pleased with. But 215 now for 7. Fletcher's look comfortable, moving on to 7. Jameson 2 not out. 23 overs left. Blatherwick 2 for 42 from his 13. So going at a fraction over 3 and over, which is pretty much what the innings is. As the sun goes in, the clouds come over again. And yet another change of weather here at the county ground. We've had everything pretty much today without, happily, rain, and long may that continue. But it will be spin to continue, and why not? He's looked dangerous in this spell.
Oh,
A little bit of turn there.
love
I think.
that. Love that drift, love that length. Trapped Kyle Jamieson on the crease.
Yeah, he's certainly got something about him.
He's
just 23.
He's finding the footmarks are a bit too far down leg coming round, but he got a little nibble of it on that first delivery. And talking to Gary Stead in the break, he liked the look of those footmarks for young Ajaz Patel.
Ah, yes.
The left armour as well. I wonder if Patterson White can make the most of it here. He's got a really nice rhythm on.
He has, and nice variations in pace as well. He's finding a little extra bounce when he needs it, and the ball is beginning to spin. He's getting the ball to rip a bit. That last one turned quite sharply, quite significantly.
How many left-handed batsmen are there in this invitational team?
It's quite, yeah, and there's several bowl right, bat left. So that's okay. He's
Gubbins,
left arm bowler, but right hand batter.
Compton, Haynes. All right. There's enough for Patel to get excited about.
Another 10 for.
Couldn't imagine it.
I
couldn't imagine it when it was happening.
That was amazing. Everything seemed to stop as everyone waited when he got the 8 of the first, got the first 8, and you just thought, can he?
Yeah, it was truly special. I was trapped in managed isolation at the time, one of my 3 lockdowns, and it certainly was a great way to pass the time.
Yeah, that lifted some spirits. Not the batting performance afterwards. Is that a 3rd wicket? It is. Just been punched straight to cover. And a 3rd wicket for the persevering and improving all the time, Liam Patterson-White.
Kyle Jamieson just jumping back onto the back foot and smashes it straight at the throat of short cover, and he'll be ruined that. It was there, but he's probably just tried to force it a bit too much, and it's cost him his wicket.
Yeah, it was there, I guess, to be hit, but didn't get over the top of it, which is surprising given his height, and punched it straight to cover. We've got the floodlights coming on now, as the really does suddenly turn quite dark here at the county ground. I don't think Jamieson can complain, given that he was facing the spinner at the time, but certainly the umpires, I think, will be having a chat about the light at some stage. It's suddenly taken quite a significant turn for the worst. But an 8th wicket, 219 now for 8.
Into the crease now, Matt Henry. No stranger to playing cricket on this side of the world. Loves playing in England. And he actually quite likes batting as well. He can really free the arms. Hits a massive golf ball. Just been working on him trying to control that on the golf course. So hopefully it rubs off inside the boundary ropes as well.
Interesting. Yeah, no, because for a bowler to average 20 and have a high score of 66, he knows one end of a bat from another.
Yeah, he got a superb half century or against Australia at Hagley. Can really hit the leather off it. So
yeah, he's got a couple of Test match 50s, batting at, I guess, 9 or 10. So that's a pretty good record.
The mission to hang out with Cam Fletcher and do it for the rest of the day.
Well, the light isn't a problem as far as the umpires are concerned for Blatherwick, who is in once again and bowling sharply under pretty leaden skies with the floodlights on.
I need to put my sunglasses on. Those lights are really added a bit.
I was thinking I'm going to have to take mine off because I can't see anything. But
All of a sudden, New Zealand fighting.
I know, I don't think this was probably in the script this morning when they won the toss and elected to bat, to find themselves 8 down for just over 200.
Yeah, I believe batting first comes with a lot of it to do with batting in the hardest conditions possible. There's no point batting second out here when it's flat. You're not going to gain a lot heading into Lords, so it was nice to see them take it on and challenge themselves, and I think that's what they've got. I think it's beneficial, whether it's going right or wrong.
No, I absolutely right. You almost forget that this is the final warm-up match because you get absolutely engrossed in the cricket, and no one's made this look like an exhibition match today. Thoroughly enjoyed every single minute of it, but of course that's the main reason New Zealand are playing this game, is to get themselves, if they lose the toss and are put in on a cloudy day at Lords with Anderson and Broad bowling it round corners, then a bit of practice isn't a bad plan. Blatherwick though. Pitches that one up, and that is a really nice looking shot from Fletcher. Who yet to make his Test debut.
Correct. Yet to make his debut in any format of the game. This is his first chance to travel away with the team, and he's thoroughly enjoying it. Loving the experience. Loving being in the thick of things.
That's a pretty good first-class record, and as you were saying earlier, George, the first-class game pretty tough because you've got 6 teams going smack into each other the whole time, and average is over 35, high score of 157, so he's been knocking on the door, I imagine, for a while.
Yeah, he's one of those players that's growing with maturity and with age. Another player that's around that 30-year-old mark where it's just they get comfortable at this level and they slowly start putting everything into place. And last season, whether it was white ball cricket or red ball cricket, he was scoring runs for Canterbury. So, yeah, well-deserved opportunity. There's a lot of keepers out there fighting for this spot. There's Dane Cleaver scoring runs as well. So, yeah, look, I think the red ball certainly suits his style a lot more, and he'll be relishing every ball he faces out there today.
And Matt Henry defending well off the final ball of the over. 3 runs from it. It's double Nelson, 222 for 8. Fletcher 12 not out. Henry yet to get off the mark. And cracking day's cricket we've had so far today after New Zealand won the toss and elected to bat first this morning. England, well, they'd have been slightly worried as Ollie Robinson broke down again in the warm-up and his back went, so he couldn't play. Ethan Bamber was hauled in from Middlesex. But it is the estimable Liam Patterson-White who will continue. As it's getting a bit chilly. I've just taken my jumper off in the commentary box and I may have to go and get it again. George doing the same. Patterson-White. Nice shape. Good looking defensive shot though from Henry.
Doesn't take long for it to get cold on this side of the world. Just a flick of the switch.
Yeah, it's been like this for a few weeks, weirdly, recently. It's if it's sunny, it's nice, but if the wind is out and about, then it has been on the chilly side. Having eaten burger and chips for the last 3 meals, I've got an extra covering that you don't have, so I'm not quite as cold as you are.
You can't say no to a burger.
No, it's tough. It's tough. I have to, though. It's something I must learn. And that is punched out to the cover. There is no run.
The wind will be taking its toll out there. It's been penetrating all the players, all the fielders. Luckily, they've got 8 wickets to keep them entertained. Otherwise, it could have been a long day in the dirt.
Yes, and it's every so often you've just thought New Zealand are about to now, okay, fine, we had a bit of a stuttery start, we'll kick on now. But 117 for 4, that's a tough place to build from in many ways. Essentially, they're going at almost exactly the same rate as 225 for 8. So it's tough to get in and stay in on this wicket. We've seen 2 decent innings. Certainly Daryl Mitchell's half century was impressive. And
Youngie at the top.
Youngie at the top with 40 odd, 46 I think it was. As if by magic, up on the screen there comes the scores. 46 it was. And de Grandhomme, who kept looking to attack and was being pegged back, he's 39, certainly kept things entertaining for a while. But Ethan Bamber is to take over at that top end, further away from us, from Blatherwick.
Went to the Under-19 World Cup in 2018 back in New Zealand. Was England's joint top wicket taker. I always love looking back at those World Cups and seeing so many familiar faces the many years later.
Yes, the other interesting ones are the ones you watch in those tournaments and you think, oh, they've got a big future. And they don't make that jump, and but I'm with you that most do, and to see them grow as from those junior world tournaments to true success is a great thing to do. Ethan Bamber bounding in, energetic bowler.
Fletcher will be loving this. He will be loving it. Back against the wall. Needs to really grind something out here for his side.
Well, if you want to stake a claim for the test side, batting a side out of some trouble would be a plus. And you're right, Henry knows what he's doing, so if he can hang around for a bit.
Matt Henry trying to get on strike, but got sent back pretty quickly by his partner. You just settle down over there, Henners.
Poor old Cathy's going to be cold again. Temperature's dropped.
Yeah, there's certainly less players sitting outside on the deck than there was a moment ago. A lot of them will be mighty happy to be over here as New Zealand is starting to turn quickly into winter. The oval ball is very much in play. Rugby season in full swing.
Nice piece of fielding off his own bowling there from Bamber, but I'll ask George a question in a minute. We'll just wait for this next delivery, which is well defended. So what will the interest be on the cricket over here when the rugby season started in New Zealand? Will there still be big interest?
Yeah, massive. One thing we're very lucky with is New Zealand cricket fans are New Zealand cricket fans, and they just will watch it. We love getting up late at night because I think the test match start at 10 p.m. in New Zealand, so I've been known to have a lot of mates take afternoon naps. Once they get home from work, have a little nap to make sure that they can get through to lunch with ease, and if something good's happening, they'll keep going. So we do love our cricket, and if you're a true Black Caps fan, it doesn't really matter if whatever sports are on, you're tuned in and you're well aware of what's going on, and especially a 3-match test series in England, because there's been a couple of times where we've been over here and there's just been 2 matches, and for me there's not a lot more painful than that. So to have 3, it's going to be great fun.
No, I think most of us cricket lovers over here, if there had only been 2 tests, there would have been some interesting debate as to why the world's top test team, or we've had this debate earlier, certainly the holders of the World Test Championship, if they'd only got 2 tests, that sounds to me like ridiculous. And I think that there is going to be a bit of a change in the scheduling anyway, that will probably go down to 6 tests, except in an Ashes summer, with 2 lots of 3 tests. And I think that's something of a plan that might occur going forward. That was a good maiden in the end from Ethan Bamber, and we're going to have a bit of a drinks break. And they're drinking water, but I think a nice cup of tea would probably be better in these conditions. But they're tucking in.
Yeah, it's been another good little passage of play. And while the gents out in the middle have a wee drink, we can see that Daryl Mitchell is and will most likely remain the top scorer for New Zealand with his exciting 58. And then all of a sudden, Patterson White has flown to the top of the pops. 3 for 43. What a stunning half an hour he had. Claiming some big scalps at the right time.
He really did. He really did. Set up nicely by the pacemen earlier in the day. And we had to wait for the spinner to appear midway through the afternoon session. But probably right, because there wouldn't have been a lot happening early day 1 of the wicket for the spinner. But he's taken his chance. Boy, has he taken his chance. And made things very, very interesting as far as this match situation is concerned. Just under 20 overs still to go tonight. One would guess that if the New Zealand could survive for most of it, then that would be job pretty well done. But it'd be interesting if 2 quick wickets fall and then 10, 15 overs to bat for the county side. That could be very interesting indeed.
Well, is it worth declaring? Is it worth throwing those wickets away to have a little sniff?
So there are signs that the conditions are brightening up a little. The cloud overhead is breaking up a bit. So anyway, let's hope that continues as Patterson White continues.
Because I'll tell you what, if I'm in this county 11
Oof.
as an opening batsman, I would not enjoy coming out against Matt Henry right now.
No, quite. In cloudy, gusty conditions, ball doing a bit of pressure on. And that really was a good delivery again from Patterson White. And that is pushed away this time, bat onto ball, but no run.
It's one of the hardest decisions in cricket, though, to declare early.
On 225, yeah.
It'd be very punchy. As Henners looks to play some sort of punch shot.
Yeah, it was something of a biff, I think, that shot. But he got away with it. But not the shot that probably his team needed at that time. But it's tough. You need to attack. If you see the ball is there, you still need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Matt Henry, though, having to strangle his natural attacking instincts at the moment. As Patterson White continues to twirl away to good effect.
Now he'll be enjoying this, Matt Henry. Loves the opportunity to get bat in hand. Lovely.
It won't be an over. There is a single. Certainly several members of the crowd in front of us here, our commentary box, are certainly dressed for the cooler weather, that's for sure.
The ones that have managed to stick around.
Yes, we have lost a few.
The majority are here, though, enjoying an interesting day's cricket.
Indeed. And it will be Ethan Bamber to continue. Takes a little while for the 3 slips and everybody to settle, but eventually we do get underway again. Of course, the second new ball isn't a million miles away, just 8 overs if they want to take it.
That is an interesting proposition. It's going to be an entertaining last 17 overs if we get them all in.
Yes, but I think there are patches of blue sky emerging now. I think the light is improving enough. Certainly the umpires have been happy for the pacemen to continue.
Looks fine to me.
Absolutely.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Crank the lights up.
Plenty of cars in the car park. Get the floodlights on. Get the headlights on.
Either way, I'm missing my train, so...
Yeah? Have we made you miss your train?
Oh, I wouldn't want to get on it.
No, not at the moment. Matt Henry knows what he's doing as a batsman, and he plays that very nicely. Out into the mid-wicket area and gives the strike back to Fletcher. Henry's played very well. Needed to after that mini collapse instigated by Liam Patterson-White. Took 3 wickets in 2 overs, I think.
It was very impressive. A little hot streak. One that he'll be very happy with against such a team as New Zealand.
Yep, staking little claims here and there, just giving the selectors a nudge. Give me a watch sometime. I know what I'm doing against the top boys.
Oh,
Bamber really is beginning to bend his back and get into this one. And kept a little bit on the low side, not dramatically, but enough to put some doubt into Fletcher's mind, but he's beaten outside off stump. I've been impressed with Bamber. He doesn't look desperately like taking that many wickets, but he's bowled with heart and intelligence. Kept the pressure on. Particularly as I think he just came up this morning once we knew Robinson wasn't playing.
He's been hustling in, that's for sure, and he's showing the energy. And in the long format, you need players that just keep giving you 100, 110. Your Neil Wagners. They just don't stop. Matt Henry's a bowler that loves getting his loads up. His body reacts well to big spells.
If you can find a quickish bowler like that, you're in a very lucky position, because as we're finding with English bowlers, we're breaking them at the moment, and the ones who actually thrive on a big workload, good on them.
With the way that Patterson-White is bowling, I wonder if Ben Gibbon needs to come back and bowl a few. The left arm over the wicket. If we get him steaming in a few overs and roughing up outside the right-hander's edge, it could really get Patterson-White excited.
Patterson-White bowled very nicely that last delivery. He saw his man coming and he got a thickish leading edge out into the covers. It felt safe in the end. But
I think earlier in the day, Ben Gibbon bowled most of his overs from the same end as Patterson-White, which means the footmarks will not be assisting too much, but certainly can't swap a man that's just got 3 quick wickets.
No, and at the moment seems to be finding a really nice rhythm and groove. And also, you feel he's just sort of, because he's taken the wickets, ouch. Must have been a little bat on that one.
A big bit of bat, and hopefully not too much bat onto the leg. We can't have any injuries, boys.
Yeah. Trying to shake the shackles again is Henry and give the charge to the bowler. But at the moment,
You'll notice mid-on and mid-off's just sneaking back a bit here.
Yeah.
Naturally.
Understood. Makes sense. And in fact, Fletcher just had a little word. Climb back in the box for a little while, just so we can get a few more runs on the board. Think about a single, nicely fielded. Another over comes to an end, 229 for 8. And at the moment, Patterson-White continuing to bowl well. He has figures now of 3 for 46 from his 13 overs. And he's also adding now economy to the wicket taking that went on earlier in his spell. George has a little bit of a deserved break as Kath comes and joins us. Just wait to see who is. It is Ethan Bamber who is set to continue. Bowled 7 overs so far, the least used of the bowlers, but that's because he didn't arrive until lunchtime. Patterson-White busy catching up with everybody else. Just looking at his bowling speeds, the early 50s. 229 for 8. And this is always a difficult time, Kath, for you feel like you've done the hard work. 229 for 8. You've got most of the major batsmen back in the hutch, and you just need those final 2 wickets.
Yeah, this is the frustrating time, isn't it? This is the time you just want those 2 wickets to fall quickly, but as George rightly said, do they really want to be batting in these conditions? The floodlights are on, although it's looking a tad brighter now.
Yeah, a bit of blue sky, bit of sun coming out again after the very dark clouds of about half an hour ago. But Ethan Bamber continuing to bound in. Certainly, as a player, plenty of energy.
Absolutely, he'll be relishing this opportunity. Called up late, as we were saying earlier. Arrived at lunchtime. Great opportunity for him, and he's putting in the work at the moment.
He really is. The other 4 pacemen have had certainly a decent workout, it must be said. Most are in the mid to late teens as far as overs are concerned today. But I'm sure they're relieved that he is putting in a bit of a stint. And the competition will be on to see who takes the second new ball if it gets that far in just over 5 overs' time.
I'm not sure we'll be able to get it out of Porter's hands, to be honest.
Yeah, he wants a wicket too, doesn't he? He
Absolutely.
wants a wicket. He's been waiting a while.
Some of these Essex fans here have been clinging on to see whether he will get one of those wickets.
Moment, not much pressure being exerted on Fletcher in this over. Bamber bowling tidily, but the old ball doesn't show too many signs of much reverse or anything as yet.
No, we haven't seen anything quite like that just yet. It's quite a green pitch as well. So I think they'll either be hoping they can crack this partnership open now, or potentially at least when they get the new ball.
Bamber puts it there almost to be hit, but batsman threw the shot almost before the ball got there, and has to wear that one.
That's a sore one, isn't it? You've got to rub your shoulder, pretend it doesn't hurt, and show nothing to the bowler.
Absolutely, yeah. New Zealanders are a bit like that, so the most you'll see is a very brief wince, and off we go again. This is a tidy over from Bamber, and it's another maiden to add to his list.
Yeah, nice over there by Bamber. Nothing too threatening, which is obviously what we want at this stage. They'll be looking to take these last couple of wickets, but at least being tidy. I think if you're not taking wickets, at least not going for leaking lots and lots of runs at this stage, just before the new ball comes into play.
Absolutely, and keep the pressure on. That means Patterson White can bowl to Matt Henry as well. And Matt Henry has just in the last over showed signs of impatience possibly with the spinner and looked to get after him and nearly got himself in trouble a couple of times.
Matt Henry used to play at my old club, would you believe, Guy?
Go on.
As a young player, I believe this was quite a few years ago, he played at Halstead Cricket Club.
Ah.
Up near the Suffolk border.
I know Halstead, I drove through it today.
There you go.
On the way over.
And I did see somebody put on Instagram from Halstead Cricket Club that they're here. I'm not sure who that was, so give them a little shout out on the live stream while one of their own is out there batting. He wasn't too much fun for the opposition, I can imagine.
No, he'd have been quite brisk at club level, Matt Henry. And he can bat a bit, so...
Yeah, tidy player to have as your overseas.
Yeah, quite. Doesn't Matt Cardle come from Halstead? Who
The X Factor winner.
The X Factor winner, yeah.
Yes, I think he does.
Sorry, I was just thinking of other famous Halsteadians.
Halsteadians. There's a new term we've got going for them. He did, yes. The winner of the X Factor all those years ago. Did you vote for him, Guy?
I can't remember. Probably not. Actually, if I'd known he was from Halstead, I would have voted. I would have made sure I voted for him.
Oh, if only they had advertised that more. Hey?
Correct.
Goodness me. It's been a long day with quoting the X Factor.
Exactly. Sorry, I'll concentrate again. The bowler is Patterson White. His rhythmic left arm slow, and you start thinking of other things as well as the fact that he's bowling really, really well. And again, that's another good over. Just the one run from it, and the score 230 for 8. Fletcher, the latest batsman who's finding it very difficult to score quickly on this wicket, but he's batting sensibly for his 14. And Matt Henry, giving him some decent support on 6. We're just doing the bowling speeds there, and anywhere between 49 and 55, so there's a little bit of variation from the spinner.
Yeah, and that's what you need as a young spinner when you're bowling at two very decent players. Even though they're lower order, they're still test match players and they can both hold a cricket bat. You've got to mix up your pace, make it a bit challenging.
That's Ethan Bamber, who I imagine could well be charging in from that end until the second new ball is due, and continuing to put heart and soul into this particular spell, but still bowling at around the 75 mile an hour mark.
And we've had a maiden and then one run off the last over as well, so there's a little bit of pressure starting to build on these two. When you're not scoring, the pressure comes on.
Yep. And yes, that is some shot by Henry, who's obviously got very bored with waiting and just mows the ball back past the bowler. Foot movement extremely limited, but he did throw the arms at that, and it turned out to be a really good shot on the first boundary for Henry.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. As we were just saying, there was a lot of dot balls, just one single in there for the last 2 and a bit overs, and then a release of pressure. Not a great ball by Bamber, but so it got dispatched in a almost T20 looking style.
Absolutely. It was just mashed. And sped to the long on boundary where skipper. And that's a decent short delivery. A decent pace from and a decent response from Bamber.
Yeah, that's the aggression we want. He got fed up of being driven down the ground, so he thought, I'm not having that.
A little bit misdirected, but he got away with it. Just reminded Matt Henry he was there. Dom Sibley it was who went and trotted and got the ball back after the previous one. That's the one area there are no fans. Ooh, full toss. And that is also driven rather more classically for 4 more. And Bamba, who's bowled so well, just beginning to wobble a bit.
Yeah, it looked like he tried to bowl a slower ball there, maybe a back of the hand slower ball that's just gone a little bit wrong for him. And this is the release of pressure that they started to build. Down to 62 mile an hour that delivery, so it looks like a back of the hand slower ball. Just got it completely wrong and got punished for it.
So annoying, isn't it? Because he didn't miss it by that much, and it was worth trying.
It's the small margins.
It is the small margins. And suddenly Matt Henry has decided, you know what, I think I'm going to start going for this. And poor Ethan Bamba, who'd been very tidy up until now, is suddenly being dispatched. And that is another ball mown to cow corner for 4 more.
Yeah, that was a cracking shot. Just back of the length, that's that length that in T20 cricket or one-day cricket you can get under and hit, and this ball's not doing a lot now, so maybe this is the time he's decided, I'm just going to cash in. There's no point hanging around anymore, knocking 1s and 2s. I'm just going to go and take the advantage to the bowler.
And in 4 balls, he's overtaken Fletcher by moving to 18. And a leg side delivery. He misses out possibly on a flick to leg, but Bamba won't mind because he's got away with one.
We've got George outside the comms box.
Enjoying watching Matt Henry have a go at Ethan Bamba. So, yeah, 3 in the end, 3 boundaries from that over. 12 runs, 242 for 8. The scoreboard now lurching into respectable territory as far as New Zealand are concerned. Fletcher 14, Henry 18, and these two doing well at the death.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just trying to go for it just before that new ball comes into play, because as soon as that comes into play, it's going to be difficult for them out there. Although the lights have been turned off here at Chelmsford, and it has got a little bit brighter out there. But, you know, they've got an opportunity here before that new ball to maybe get some runs.
Patterson White, who's just looked better and better as the afternoon has gone on. Has he bowled? He's bowled unchanged since tea, certainly, hasn't he? But I think I'm not sure how many overs he bowled before tea, but he's put in a good shift at the moment. This is his 15th over. I think pretty much on the spin apart from tea.
I think that's probably the challenge for this side, with pretty much looking like they've only got one real spinner in the side. But he's looked in great rhythm, hasn't he?
Yeah, there are a couple of batsmen who bowl a bit of spin, but that's about it. I have seen Dom Sibley's leg spin, and it's okay, but you probably wouldn't rely on it to run through a batting team.
That's not a ringing endorsement there, Guy.
Yeah, so much of my life. It's not complete rubbish. In again. This is another very good over. Mixing it up very nicely indeed is Patterson White.
We need to get you on the positivity train here, Guy.
You're absolutely right.
But as you said, just consistent. Another very, very good over there.
It was right on the money, wasn't it? There's nothing Fletcher could do. There's nothing loose. He had to concentrate, mixed it up just enough. He doesn't go mad, but just the changes of speed, a little bit more loop in those deliveries, and suddenly he's raced through, and it's another maiden. And in fact, he's sitting proudly atop. He was going for 4 and over, and now just over 3. So he's tidied up as well. 3 for 47. Superb performance from him. And certainly Gibbon and Blatherwick will also be pretty pleased with their performance today as well. As for New Zealand, that just the 1/2 century from Mitchell so far. Young, Grandholm and Bracewell certainly keeping the scoreboard ticking over, but couldn't really go on. But these two at the moment putting on a layer of respectability on the scoreline. And it will be Ethan Bamber to continue despite being plundered for 3 boundaries in the last over. And again he strays down leg side.
Yeah, and he's got some scouts out now to protect him, so they've obviously realised that he's the one that they're going to go for. Henry's the one that's going to go for it too. And they just protected that leg side boundary all the way from fine leg to mid-on.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Kath. Well spotted. And certainly you have to be very careful if you're going to go the aerial route in that direction.
And exactly that, just guided out to square leg. And it's only a single, whereas before when he didn't have those scouts out, it was obviously a lot more challenging for him to protect that side. So good tactic there, given them one.
Absolutely.
Put the pressure on Fletcher.
And he had to roll his wrists rather than really give it the full what have you.
Damage limitation, that looks.
Well, it's the penultimate over before that new ball is available. And certainly Fletcher not looking to attack the same way that Henry was.
No, he looks like he's just going to play the role of knocking it around, staying in, while Henry's the one that looks like he's going to attack a bit more.
Which makes sense.
Absolutely.
Is your number 10. He's a very decent number 10, that must be said. Bamber just finding a decent length and line, just short of a length at the moment to Fletcher. Not making it easy to hit.
Yeah, he took a couple of steps down the wicket there, but decided not to go. Which I think you're right there, guys. He looks a very tidy batter, and this will be really good time for him to spend at the crease. Because you never know when you need your lower order in Test match cricket.
Absolutely, and this is Cam Fletcher who's waited patiently for his opportunity. This is, I think George was saying, it's his first tour. Still yet to play an international of any colour, red or white, and would love, obviously, to break his way in if he could. And he is showing his team what he can do when the team is in a bit of bother if you need someone to hang around for a while.
Yeah, and as we speak, Porter looks like he's just loosening his arms down there. He potentially is going to come on and take this new ball.
Yeah, we'll have one more over of spin after this one from Ethan Bamber, who, after going for those 3-4s in his last over, has been really tidy in this one, just the single from it. And the score will remain on 243 for 8.
Yeah, and I think the plan worked there. He spread the field when Henry was on strike, and instead of going for boundary balls, he went for a single, got him off strike, then strangled the field again, and didn't give Fletcher an easy one. So, well bowled there. Good tactics.
Decent partnership. This now worth 24. We've had just the 150 partnership, and that was Young and Mitchell who put on 67 for the third wicket. Certainly Mitchell and Grandholm and Bracewell got going, but couldn't perhaps go on and build the big partnerships that they were hoping for. Decent, but not huge. Oh, and there's a very close. It's a strange shot from Henry, and it was uppish, and it only just evaded a possible caught and bowled. Gets a single for it, but not many prizes for style and substance. It's a big smile from the bowler. As it is, Fletcher then shows how to play spin very nicely indeed down the wicket, clips it away into the leg side, and they take a very simple 2.
But obviously, Fletcher is the man that they want to get. They brought Mid-on into the circle as soon as he was on strike. Although he's got clipped there, they're trying to strangle him.
Doesn't seem to want desperately to be strangled as he punches that out into the offside for a single. And Henry will have a couple of darts at Patterson White.
With Mid-on and Mid-off going back onto the boundary now. It's going to be a risk if he does go aerially.
Instead, he plays it very sensibly all along the ground to that deepish mid-on for a single.
It's the devil and an angel, isn't it? The devil's telling you, go on, smash it for 6.
You're absolutely right. You probably don't remember Tom and Jerry cartoons.
I do, indeed.
And there would be the little angel on one side and the little devil, go on, you know you want to.
It's giving me flashbacks now.
Yeah, I know, sorry about that. Patterson White. Nice delivery, and you can see that the ball was spinning because of the forward defensive shot. As it is played, the ball is still spinning as it fizzes along the ground back to the bowler. So, end of a very good over and quite possibly a very good spell as far as the spinner was concerned. Patterson White, really good stint for his team. He has bowled 16 overs and taken 3 for 49, 3 for 52 from his 16 overs. So really, really well bowled. But second new ball, unsurprisingly being taken, Kath.
Oh, 100%. They need to take it here because these are frustrating runs that they're getting at the moment with Fletcher on 17 and Henry on 21. They don't want them to be scoring at all. So, new ball being taken, and no surprise, it's Jamie Porter to take it from the Hayes close end.
Well, I'll watch Jamie Porter's first over, and then George will will be dragged back into a commentary position. Jamie Porter still desperate for a wicket. Bowled well, but there's been a good recovery from these two batters. Came in with the team in danger of subsiding fairly briskly to a low 200 score, but it's up to 248 for 8 now from their 80 overs. There's a danger, of course, that with the new ball, the ball flies to the boundary a little bit quicker.
Yeah, there is. There's always that danger, although he didn't have a lot of foot movement on that shot. He didn't look massively confident playing that, although
came from the middle of the bat.
It did.
It's the old, he's got a very good eye. Ice cream van goes past in the distance.
What are we having, a flake?
I think so. Double flake.
Oof.
And that's well bowled without much luck. Thick outside edge that goes down to third man, and they go through for an easy couple. And that is the 250 up for New Zealand.
Interestingly, Porter did start with 3 slips, then he put mid-wicket in, which was an interesting option with the new ball taken, and he's changed his mind by the look of it.
I imagine George will have words on the fact that there were only 2 slips for the second new ball, and that if you want to get 9-10 jack out, you probably need some fielders, and I think he's got a point, and there's now back to 2 slips again. And the way Porter bowls, you feel that the edge is the most likely way he will get a wicket. So to not have that third slip is interesting.
Yeah, I thought he was taking short mid-wicket out to put a third slip in, but he's putting back on the fence at third on the fence. So interesting decision making there.
Yeah, saves runs, but not really what we're about at the moment. And Porter pitches it up, but there's signs that Henry's getting his eye in really rather well at the moment. Again, the foot movement is minimal, but everything's coming off the middle. And that's flicked up to mid-on. They won't be able to run, but it is the middle of the bat that is being found on a very regular basis by Matt Henry.
Yeah, just a little bit over pitched, that delivery. Just allowed Henry to throw his hands through the line of the ball. He needs to just drag that length back a little bit.
Jamie Porter is listening to Kath, and that delivery is that little bit shorter. It's still met with the middle of the bat, but in a defensive manner. And there is no run.
Yeah, they're going to not want to concede too many runs here. This is the frustrating tail. It's wagging at the moment.
Isn't it just? Nicely played. Not worrying about nicking the strike on the final ball either, Matt Henry. Seeing the ball as big as a football, fancies a go on this. And he trots through. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Kath for a second or two while George takes his place here on the commentary box.
Yeah, Matt Henry looks in good touch, although the new ball has been taken, maybe just slightly overpitched at the moment by Porter. And Henry just taking advantage of that and nicking the strike at the end of the over there. Because he's happy to take the strike. That shows that the batter is happy to be out there, happy to be in and facing as many deliveries as possible and trying to score as many runs for this New Zealand team as he can.
Always an exciting time in the game of cricket.
Welcome back, George.
Thank you very much. Traditionally in the commentary box you get specialist opening bowlers in when the new ball's here, but today you've got me, and I'm as fiery as a fast bowler, but far from it.
You've got the wicket-keeping chat though, that's the main thing.
Ben Gibbon to come back on, the left armour. Bowled reasonably well this morning, bringing the ball into the right-hander. Be interested to see how he goes with a fresh Duke. Short, wide, and just the single.
Yeah, that's not exactly how he would like to have started. Just too short in his length there, and lucky that didn't race away for a 4. Sibley with a good bit of fielding there.
The Duke this year, slightly more lacquer on it. It's not as dark as it traditionally is. Let's see how it acts here. Fuller, straighter, asking questions.
Yeah, that was a lot more on the money there. That's exactly where we want to be. We're allowing a loosener, first ball.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But they're not going to want to be out there too much longer conceding runs, so they need to take these couple of wickets and get through to tomorrow, really.
Minimum remaining overs, 8.4. A very nice amount of time for the new ball. Aerial but squeezed away. 2 of them. A very nice chance for the bowlers to empty the tanks. Just 8 overs of 100%. That's all they need to do, and if they can finish off this New Zealand batting order, they'll be very, very pleased with their day's work.
Yeah, and there's a little bit more of a buzz in the field. There's a few more voices going up, and that's what you need, that last push, that last bit of energy to take these wickets and to seal what would be a very good day for them here.
The 21-year-old steaming in. Cam Fletcher has timed the pants off that beautiful shot. Just easing onto the back foot. Doesn't try and overhit it. And he'll take a very relaxing two.
Yeah, effortless timing there. Just jumped on that length. Too short. Could have gone for 4. The sound off the bat sounded like it might have done, but slowed up a little bit there.
He's hitting it up the hill there. Hitting it up the hill as the drainage comes towards the river end. Starting to look settled. He's faced 57 deliveries. Gibbon has to be careful. He doesn't try and force the issue here. Lacking a hint of consistency in his first over back. But after a long down the dirt, we'll let him away with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Slightly over pitched there. I feel like that could have been punished, but got away with that one. So the follow-up delivery is going to be crucial here.
One ball remaining. Risen up nicely. Fletcher takes one on the glove to close things out.
Yeah, New Zealand will be fairly happy with this little partnership that's going on here. With Matt Henry and Fletcher. Looking to get as many runs on the board as possible.
They certainly will be. And I talked about Matt Henry's ability to bat, to throw the bat at it. And the amazing timing he has as well. He just, when he hits it, it stays hit a lot of the time. And if he gets going, if he gets on a roll for 20 or 30 minutes, it can be game changing.
It's been like that all day. Ebb and flow. So
Sure has. There's
yeah.
no point predicting anything today. That's for certain. Porter. Shot. Won't go all the way. But they're going to squeeze out a great 3. Fletcher pinning the ears back.
Yeah, very, very well run 3 there. And another good shot. This new ball hasn't really worked so far for the bowling side. The 2 New Zealand batters looking fairly settled here, actually. Looking really settled.
Yeah, you've got to be careful not to force that issue. Stay patient. Stick to what you know, what's been working all day. And a lot of their wickets have come from the very traditional test match line and test match length.
We look like we've got 3 slips in now as well. So looking to be a bit more attacking here, Porter.
Now we're talking. A little bit short.
Not too sure why he didn't have 3 slips in the first place, to be honest with you.
It is a funny one. On this occasion, naturally I'm a big fan of having slips, but you've got to back yourself to get these guys out. So saving runs does become relatively important. I don't mind a third man to Henry, but I like that they've brought it in for Fletcher here, who's looking mighty steady, getting body behind the ball and dropping it straight under the eyes.
Yeah, just timing that defensive shot. And he looks like he's got a lot of time. Obviously, the speed of the ball isn't massive either, so the 77 miles an hour, that delivery. But he looks like he's got time. When you're batting well, that's what it feels like. You've got acres of time to hit the ball.
Porter bowling his 19th over without reward. You can see it in the body language. It's been a big old day. He deserves one. But if Fletcher keeps doing that, it might be tough to get one.
Yeah, and he looks solid once again. Another very solid shot in defence. And he looks busy. Even though he's hit a defensive shot, he's still looking. Is there a run there? Looking positive here, New Zealand.
I just feel they're bowling a half yard too short here. Not forcing the Kiwis to come forward and play an expensive shot. It's a lot easier late in the day to just rock back and dead bat it. So he needs to just pitch it up ever so slightly here and let the ball do the work.
Yeah, it's been a long day in the field for these boys. Just need to keep plugging away. I think for Porter in particular, he's bowled well, and sometimes when you don't get reward for how well you've bowled, that can be frustrating. So you're absolutely right, he just needs to keep hitting that area.
Getting there. It's one of those occasions where after all his toil, he might go bang bang and take the last two, which would be thoroughly deserved as New Zealand finish the over at 259 for the loss of 8 wickets. We have just 7 overs remaining at a bare minimum here at the Cloud County ground.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful day of cricket today. We've had some attacking batting shots, we've had some great spin bowling as well, some good medium pace stuff. It's one of those, which way will this go? Can they keep building this partnership, New Zealand?
I wouldn't be surprised if Patterson White gets a chance to try and rag a couple with a fresh duke. Pick of the bowlers this afternoon. But I have no doubt those soft hands of Henry have helped him here. Just dropping shy of the slip cordon.
That was unlucky, wasn't it? Did everything right there. Oh, those soft hands, as you said. I'm not sure if they were that soft or if he just got a bit lucky there, but...
Yeah, Henna's just practicing the leave, as we all do after the delivery. Just slightly going across him there. Nice bowling, tails up. Gibbon would love a scalp.
Yeah, and I think Henry is the one that they're going to want to get. He's the one that's been looking in good touch. He's hit some cracking shots already today. Forced 2 full shots already. So can this follow-up delivery be the one that takes the wicket?
Yeah, New Zealand are just slowly flirting with that 300, aren't they? Up to 260. You can get away with that in a day that's been up and down for the New Zealanders. They wouldn't be overly happy with the lack of partnerships, the lack of batsmen pushing on to a bigger score. And they've put each and every team member that's come into bat under just a little bit of pressure. So to be up to 260 now and a little bit of room to improve on that, they are just getting away with it.
Yeah, they've had a lot of batters who've had some starts, but not quite gone on. I think that's been the frustration.
I would love to see the reintroduction of Blatherwick to come downwind. I get the sense that Porter bowling downwind is running low on petrol or diesel, or maybe they're electric cars these days. Seems to be the way. So I'd like to see Blatherwick, who was very good this morning, get a chance with this newer ball.
I think that could come sooner rather than later if nothing looks like it's happening, because we're closing in on the end of the day as well, so they're going to want to take these wickets.
Yeah, I'd bring him on right now at the far end. He needs a chance. With only 6 overs remaining, you've got to just go all in, make your changes, make them fast if they're not working. So as the sun pops out
We've had lots of different variations of weather today.
One thing that hasn't changed, though, is the wind. It's been relentless. All right, what do we got here? Looks to me like Porter again.
Yeah, keeping Porter on to see if he can make this breakthrough here. Late on in the day here.
Big number 11 on his back. A number very famous in New Zealand in the rugby world. Wow. Solid.
Yeah, very solid in defence there. These two look like they're pretty well set at the moment. Although I have said that before, and there's been a couple of quick wickets, so
You've
things
been
can
jinxing us
change.
all day.
My apologies for that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. With all due no respect. Porter. Fletcher looking settled, and wow, one of those beautiful shots that you get no reward for. Well done for Porter, getting a little mitt on that.
Those are the ones you don't want to be run out the non-striker's end. So, little deflection, I've seen those happen too many times.
I saw that at the World Cup. Kane Williamson v England in Durham, I think. Heartbreaking.
It's one of the worst ways to get out, isn't it?
Certainly is. Although you can't go home blaming yourself too much for that. You know, when you play a horrific shot, or you just hang the washing out, you can get pretty angry at yourself, but you could probably still sleep on that.
Yeah, coaching staff can't say too much.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, mate. Ooh, that's better. Slightly fuller. He's given it his all throughout day one. Cam Fletcher, 21 off 67, as we mentioned when he came to the crease. He's a fighter. He's a fighter, and he will be loving riding this wave and bringing his team home. He'd love a little bit of a red ink next to his name this evening. Little wee leg by for the team.
I think I'm agreeing with you here. I think we need a bit of a change of pace. Maybe another bowler to come on.
Yeah, well, if you think about bowlers coming downwind, one here, which means there's only, what, 3 more to go at the far end? So you don't have time to keep persisting if you're not getting spice out of this new Duke. And the batsmen look really settled, so I think variety here is of the utmost importance. And I've said it before, I'll say it again, I would not mind seeing Patterson White bowl a few at this end again with the new ball to close out the day and see if he can entice Matt Henry into a naughty shot.
Yeah. There obviously is that opinion, but obviously the opinion of when you've got that new ball, do you want to use your seamers? You know, if they can bowl their best deliveries, they'll take wickets.
Shout, too high. Just above the back pad there. First appeal in a while. Porter. Agonisingly close. Boy, oh boy, he wants that first wicket. 261 for 8. There hasn't been a lot for the umpires to think about today.
No, not a huge amount of LBW shouts at all throughout today.
Just the one LBW, Colin de Gronholm off Patterson White, which was dead set plumb. It's crashing into middle and leg on the back foot to the spinner.
Continuing here with Gibbon, giving him as much opportunity here to take this wicket.
Henners cracks one. 4 more.
That looked like a tired delivery there by Gibbon and absolutely dispatched. Bit of width, too short outside off stump and dispatched the boundary very, very quickly. There was nothing stopping that.
Little wee lasso finish from Henry. Any little bit of width and his eyes light up. Going straight across him. Footwork, least to be desired, but head position nice and still. That's Fuller. He's gone again. Back-to-back boundaries. Matt Henry relishing it out in the middle. He races to 33. And with that, the 50-run partnership between Fletcher and Henry. Fletcher 12, and as I add on another 4, Henry goes to 37. Tremendous little cameo from the New Zealand quick.
Fantastic shot there. He's really just taken a hold of Gibbon, who looks like a tired fast bowler out here. Even though he's got the new Duke in hand, he's not been able to use it as of yet, and Henry's really gone for them and scoring at a good rate as well late on in the day here.
Yeah, this is tough to take for the County 11, who have really been in the mix today, and this is when it hurts the most, when the tail keeps wagging. And tail's a harsh word. It is a harsh word. Fletcher batting very confidently. Ooh, the change to round the wicket has provided something.
And interestingly, early on in the day, he did change the angle and came round the wicket and picked up a few wickets doing so. So maybe he's going back to that tactic. It's good that he hasn't just stayed the same. He's been punished twice and he's changing his tactic.
Can he get a breakthrough? Can he slow Henry down? Has he split another gap? You bet he has. It's slowly but not surely. Nice bit of fielding. 3 more. It's a big over in the end. 2 boundaries into 3. Late runs.
Yeah, well saved there on the fence. Still looking to stop those boundaries late on in the day. I've seen other players escort those to the fence before. That surely didn't happen there.
Solid in defence once again. Cam Fletcher playing a crucial role.
Absolutely, facing 70 deliveries. As a bowling side, this is very frustrating. You've got somebody just blocking out and not giving a chance, and they're looking solid as well.
Last ball. Oh, little bit of pad, no bat. Excitement, but not enough to draw the wicket. 2-7-2 for 8. The new ball yet to make its mark. And with just 4 overs remaining, Guy.
Yeah, no, interesting, isn't it? This has been a really good fight back by these two. Suddenly, they're closing in on 300, and rather than looking for 200-ish all out, 300-ish all out is a very different ball game, and it's causing quite a debate, I think, up at amongst the Brains Trust of the County Select 11 as they work out what to do about that.
And it looks like I've got my wish. Porter has to put his jersey back on, and on comes Blatherwick.
Well, he's just got that extra pace, hasn't he? Porter is steady, difficult to get away, bowled very well all day, but he hasn't taken a wicket. Blatherwick has, and just looks to have that slight X factor just when you need it for these last 4 overs.
Yeah, that's right, Blatherwick. 2 wickets to his name, and a good 2 as well. It was the early work of Will Young on 46, and then the valued one of Devon Conway. But my, would he love to add to that? He'd love to double it.
Yeah, he's got an opportunity. But a couple of overs now. Just put everything into them. And he has been, by a marked amount, the quickest of the England County 11 pacemen today. Good action too. And immediately he tucks up the batsman, doesn't he? Just that little extra yard or so of pace.
Yeah, they need something here. They need to finish the day strong. Henry has raced to 40.
Hasn't he? You did warn us, you said. Boy can bat, 40 or 52. No one else has scored at more than, strike rate of more than 50 so far today, so that is some effort.
Well,
certainly bending his back at the moment is Blatherwick, but possibly not the best directed bouncer of all time.
I don't mind it though. I feel like they've really left a few bounces out there. They haven't pushed the Kiwis back, pushed them back enough.
Well, yeah, he's the one with the nearest to out-and-out pace, isn't he? And the rest of the guys sort of 75 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour. Not quite enough to put that real pressure on.
Especially to the tail end. You've got to get pushing them back, and then the front foot goes missing, but not on this occasion. Matt Henry, the elegance, the poise.
Yeah, when you leave the pace man on the dirt in his follow through because he hasn't been able to stop the ball, that is a moral victory, isn't it? And well played, Matt Henry. Super shot, and he did exactly as you were talking about, Blatherwick. He just pitched it up a bit, tried to get that Yorker length going and surprise the batsman, but just over pitched and beautifully driven for 4.
Any batsman in the game would be happy with this. He backed away, opened his arms up a little, and boy, he timed that beautifully. And with only a few overs remaining in the day, you wouldn't be surprised if he brought up a milestone here. 44 from 54.
Absolutely. And it would be thoroughly deserved as well if he did. Decent delivery that time, though, from Blatherwick. Make sure that he doesn't race any closer, Matt Henry, to that half century. As the clouds roll in over the Cloud County ground once again. Oh, that is sharp. And an attempted ramp flies off the gloves for 4, but that is a very sharp delivery. And Matt Henry, I don't think it was entirely intentional, but he does get away with the extraordinary backing away to leg ramp shot of sorts for 4 and moves to 48.
Well, there we go. Although it went for 4, it's offering something. That short pitch bowling, it's pushing him back. And as we can see here, he's nearly lost full balance here. What a ball. And I'm not sure what we can call that shot because that's gone leg side as well.
The ramp was the nearest I could think of at the time, and but you're right, it wasn't necessarily in the textbook, and it's clipped away this time for a single for 49. But good battle between the two, and Blatherwick cranking it up. But he goes for a single and 9 off the over, and suddenly Matt Henry is 49 not out. Interesting to see who he faces in this next over, because certainly young Gibbon did look tired. Dom Sibley just commanding the troops. And is it Ethan Bamber who's going to get the... or a bit of spin?
I'm getting my wish.
You are. A bit of spin with the new ball, and why not? He's
Yeah.
the leading wicket taker today.
Yeah, 100% deserved.
A
No
little
doubt
bit of
about
extra
it.
bounce as well.
Patterson White.
Yeah, the Nottinghamshire spinner. Bowled well all day.
This is what I want. Matt Henry trying to fire. He's on 49, and although there's only a few overs remaining in the day, he'll be tempted.
Yeah, clever captaincy by Dom Sibley. Oh. Still,
There it is.
that's the other way of doing it, isn't it? Just make sure that you cut the ball away past slip. And it was wide. It wasn't the best ball that Patterson White's bowled. And Matt Henry becomes the second New Zealander in this innings to complete 50. The difference was he was batting at number 10 and has done it in rapid style. Absolutely superb knock and nice way to finish it. Safe as houses, that shot. And superb, 53 not out.
Tremendous half century. Great contribution from Matt Henry when his side needed it most. He's really added some value, and all of a sudden 286. It is a tremendous time for him to rack up a half century. And to be fair, for a man who plays relatively expansive, there wasn't a huge amount of chances.
Interestingly, I think, anyway, we'll talk about that in a minute. He has a bit of a local connection as well, because he used to play for Halstead Cricket Club just up the road. Just this side of the Essex-Suffolk border.
Yeah, it's no secret. Matt Henry loves playing on this side of the world. It suits his bowling. But today, it suited his batting.
Hasn't it just? And he really has. So many other batsmen have tried to attack and found that it was very difficult and they were going to get a good one. But at the moment, he looks in complete control. And that is a super shot as well from Fletcher, but doesn't beat the fielder. One of the nicest looking shots all day. Good fielding.
Tremendous bit of fielding. Keep the standards up, no matter what time of day.
Nice response at the end from the spinner, and he deserves that dot ball, does Patterson White, but Matt Henry has deserved that 50. What a super effort it is, 54 not out. And he gave Fletcher quite a head start as well, didn't he? In terms of balls bowled, balls faced. So Matt Henry 54 from 59. What an innings that is. When you think that Mitchell, who was looking to attack, he's 58, took 110 deliveries, and is this the highest? It's the joint highest partnership of the match. But it shows...
It shows frustrations. All I can read here is so close yet so far from the New Zealand batting lineup. Lots of little starts, lots of contributions, and lots of opportunities to really put this county 11 down in the dirt. But they've fought so well today. And unfortunately for them, they've got a very, very amped up Matt Henry, and it's come off.
As Blatherwick to bowl his final over, the penultimate over of the day, and it's a really good delivery. And Matt Henry is beaten. He was playing the champagne drive outside off stump without much foot movement, but he got away with one there. Probably one of his rare loose ones, George.
He's missed that by a country mile. Absolute eyes in the sky. But he's earned the right.
Yep.
He has earned the right.
He can have a swish and a miss.
Although I believe Ajaz Patel will be thinking otherwise.
And that is sharp. This
Might be fine enough. It is fine enough.
There's 4 more, but the bowler will feel understandably aggrieved about that because he just got his bat on, enough of the bat on that to squirt it down the leg side for 4. But a good battle between these two at the moment.
Wow, you just shouldn't be bowling there with a new ball, should you, Guy?
If you bowl on leg stump just outside, no, fair play.
I don't want to be too harsh, but...
No, I was being kind, wasn't I? I was being kind.
Just one slip. The third man, fine leg and deep square. Spread out a little bit for Henry. Oh, he's flicked it.
What a shot that was. Literally almost waited for it and flicked it over where second slip would have been, all the way to the boundary for 4.
Very nonchalant. Looks
Wasn't it just premeditated? It was a super shot.
really starting to peacock a little bit out there and pretend he's a top order batsman. It's great to see.
Well, you have to say, in comparison, this innings is... He's the one batsman who's looked truly, truly comfortable out there today.
Yeah, well, down at training yesterday, he did not even bother to have a net session with the bat. He said, no, I'm not going to benefit from this, and full credit to him to come out here and do what he's done today without a net. Great to watch.
Isn't it just? And unveiling all manner of excellent shots now.
He's a runner ball. A runner ball 63, and it will remain 63.
Wristy player too, isn't he? He's not afraid to give that the old flick of the wrists and off it goes. He's really difficult. When he's seeing the ball like this, he's very difficult to bowl to. He's got trouble a couple of times, but it's taken something very good to get him in trouble, and usually it's gone for 4 anyway.
295. It has raining runs in the last few overs.
I have to say, this is a county side of finding out what it's like to play against an overseas team. This has happened to England a lot over the last few years. They get the first 6 wickets, everything looks good, tails then wag for a considerable length of time, and this is at least they're learning how to cope with the frustration. It's just if we could find a way of actually stopping the frustration, that would be good. But at the moment, Matt Henry is causing England up-and-coming players playing for this select county 11 some real angst, as that's the end of the over.
And just to rub salt, you've got Cam Fletcher at the other end, who has just been solid as a rock. It's been a great combination. He hasn't needed to push anything. He's just doing his job and letting Matt Henry play with utter freedom. Yeah,
no, they really have done superbly, putting on the thick end of 70 now, isn't it? That they've put on together. More than that, 76 they've put on together, which is a brilliant effort. 219 for 8, and this county side must have thought they were all over New Zealand, and learning the hard way that international sides, they have resolve and they have backbone and they have batsmen who can come out at number 10 and smash you all around the ground. It will be spin that ends our day.
Oh, the field spread. Matt Henry's adrenaline is pumping. Will he give us one more highlight reel?
Liam Patterson-White will be hoping not. No?
Majestic.
That was a good moment, because Patterson-White unafraid to give the ball a bit of loop, but a really nice footwork and flick from Henry. Good. In the words of Richie Benno, good cricket all round.
And I think Coach Stead will be happy to have Cameron Fletcher on strike, as he just changes that, but
it was short, it was wide, he had to hit it, and then there was someone out there, so they trot through for a single.
Quarter past 6.
Not too bad.
Pretty good.
Nicely bowled. forcing him onto the back foot.
Looks to be shutting up shop, as he should be. Ooh.
It's an interesting shop door he's got, playing a lofted drive to mid-off.
It's a classy punch from a number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. Uppish, classy punch from a number 4. As I just lose all my notes. Never mind, it's the last ball. That was the last ball of the day. What a really cracking day's cricket we have had. It's been up and down. Certainly the County Select 11 would have been delighted with the way that most of the day went, particularly 117 for 4, 219 for 8. These are big moments. You've done really well against the team who are current Test World Champions. But what a knock at the end from Matt Henry, and I was really impressed with both of the batsmen at the death there to actually dig in, turn it around, and suddenly 298, you'd have New Zealand in the hot seat here.
Yeah, absolutely, and the fans here that came down to the Cloud County ground will be very pleased with the brand of cricket they saw today. They saw plenty of wickets, plenty of runs, and in terms of a warm-up match, an exhibition match, you can't ask for too much more. So, yeah, what a finish for Matt Henry, and a very exciting day all round.
Yeah, I like days like this, because this is the first day of the game. There wasn't an exhibition feel to this game.
No,
These
absolutely
were
not.
Young cricketers trying to stake a claim for moving their careers up against the New Zealand team who really wanted to get some decent match practice in ahead of the first test. Matt Henry will be letting the previous 9 batsmen know about it tonight, though, won't he?
Yeah, it's not often he gets to claim top run scorer, so you can bet your bottom dollar at dinner tonight he'll be having a few words. But what an innings, 65 of 67. Daryl Mitchell earlier in the day, 58 from his 110, and contributions from Young and de Gronholm, while Patterson White had a really purple patch to get his 3 wickets, and Gibbon and Blatherwick chipping in as well. So, as we mentioned, a superb day one after New Zealand won the toss and elected to bat.
Right, well, we will be joining you again on the live stream tomorrow. Sadly, I think Kath has to go back to another of her many jobs. I'm beginning to lose track of how many she has, but she will be missed, and we've enjoyed your company today. Thank you, Kath. George, you've missed your train. Are you going to be here tomorrow?
Oh, look, the company's been pretty good. The cricket's been even better, so it's hard not to come back and join you here tomorrow and see what's going to unfold. It'll be a good exhibition of fast bowling tomorrow as well, so I'll be here. I'm licking my lips.
Excellent. Well, we hope you can join us again tomorrow for day 2 of this match between the County Select 11 and New Zealand here at the Cloud County ground. New Zealand will be resuming on 298 for 8 with top scorer Matt Henry, 65, not out.